Okay, I'd like to bring to order the Tuesday, October 21st, 2025 regular council meeting of the East Lansing City Council. Could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Altman. Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Watson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh.
Here.
Mayor Brookover.
Here. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? Moved by Watson, seconded by?
Second.
Second by Altman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All,
I'd like to move to amend to move item 4.2.
your microphone's not on, Mark.
Move to amend to move item 4.10, the city council meeting schedule, to the business agenda as item 5.8.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Second by
Second.
Watson. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Now back to the main motion. All those in favor of the main motion with the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Do we have a motion with regard to approval of the minutes?
I'll move approval of all three sets of minutes.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Minutes are approved unanimously. We have a number of requests for public comment tonight. All written communications received by the council are posted on the online agenda packet. Jonathan Smith.
I feel like I won the lottery here.
In fact, you did.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I am here tonight to speak on behalf. I know there's, item 5.2 ordinance. I'm not going to remember the name number off the top of my head, but here tonight to speak in favor of amending the underlying law around zoning that would facilitate the development of redevelopment of the student bookstore site. When I think about the things that I want for East Lansing's future, it includes a thriving and vibrant downtown, it includes a better retail mix, it includes a city that is producing the kind of revenue that it can generate or that can support the amount of spending that we expect to get high quality amenities as residents. And I think the law that requires development in the downtown core to include set-asides, while well-intentioned, is really inhibiting us from having the kind of downtown and having the kind of city that I would like to see for my future. The reality is that allowing market rate housing, particularly for students in downtown, makes a lot of sense. Keeps the students very close to campus, means takes pressure off of the residential neighborhoods, reduces traffic. They won't be having to commute in cars or buses. And that kind of market rate development produces revenue that supports all of the city functions that we enjoy. I, for one, am not super excited about having to, vote on tax increases to pay for parks and recreation that could be paid for through revenue generated by development growth. I'm all for affordable housing. I think there are lots of options to get more affordable housing in the city of East Lansing. I'm for more housing for seniors. My mother-in-law lives in the Newman Lofts, but that building's not full. There's a lot of vacancies. Trying to market manage or micromanage what market forces would put in the downtown core, I think is going to make it tougher to get the kind of private investment that we need to grow the downtown, to get the kind of retail and restaurants and other amenities that we all want. It's easier to get those things on the ground floor if you're 100% renting long-term rentals at market rates in the stories above. So I think thinking about whether that law is producing the results that we all want, is the downtown growing? Is it thriving? Is it better? Is it producing benefits that the rest of the city can have access to? Or is it leading us to have, more vacancies, less retail mix, and less revenue to support city services in the long run. So would encourage council to rethink the law to allow for a creative solution where the development could produce, payments to the city. Those could be used to support things like affordable housing, but would allow this project to go forward and allow for what is a really important piece of developable land in the downtown core to be used for its most productive use. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Roberts?
Good evening, Council. My name is Peggy Roberts, and I've lived in East Lansing for almost 40 years. Oh, sure. I've lived in East Lansing for almost 40 years, and I was very proud of my city when the Independent Police Oversight Commission was established. But I'm greatly concerned to hear that some proposed amendments to Ordinance 1533 would reduce the Commission's ability to provide effective and timely oversight, which is exactly the opposite of what is called for at this time. When a system has structural problems, the solution is found by increasing oversight and transparency, not by moving in the opposite direction. I know you all have had time to review all the documents, so I won't get into any of the details, but I do strongly urge Council to reject any proposed amendments that are not actually required by the collective bargaining agreement, and consider all the suggestions that the Oversight Commission is presenting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nathaniel Ide?
Hello, good evening. Nathaniel, 1439 Meadowbrook. Speaking tonight about the allegations of racism against the chief of police, a hard, tough subject. But I'd maybe like to get at it by talking about the people of East Lansing, the city of East Lansing, and what I would deem to be its ethos. I grew up in East Lansing and feel very lucky to live here now and to raise my family here now. Part of what I love so much about East Lansing is, I believe what's special about it, I believe East Lansing people are wired in a way, and that we treat each other and others with a high degree of due care and respect, and that this due care and respect comes freely. It comes to others regardless of how much money someone has. It comes regardless of what someone looks like. It comes regardless of their race, their color, their creed, their lifestyle, their gender. It comes freely regardless of those elements, but never ever because of those elements. That's an important distinction in today's world. I've read as best I can the third-party reporting from journalistic sources and watched as much footage as I could. And to be fair, I don't know the chief of police. So when it comes down to it, at the end of it, I don't know if the allegations of her and her department being raging racist is true or not. I don't know if that's the case, or if perhaps with the Oversight Commission, they are being harried so much by a sword of Damocles, so to speak, over their head, that an already difficult job is becoming untenable. I'm not sure which of the two is the case, but I have an opinion. Furthermore, those making the allegations, I believe, are doing so out of a sense of social justice. I believe that could be the case, but there might be something else going on at the same time, something akin to what we might have seen, if you're a student of history, of Old Salem, Massachusetts, where a small group of people in a polity took tyrannical control over that polity by branding their opponents witches. And that was an accusation that was impossible to overcome. How could you overcome that? The people were quite literally burned by that indefensible accusation. In 2025, we may be looking at the same playbook, but a different word. And that word is not witch, it's racist. Again, by way of getting at this, I'm not sure if it's one or the other, but I have an opinion. My opinion is that perhaps the chief of police might not owe an apology, and that the police and the police department might be perhaps owed an apology for doing a very, very difficult job and being harried at every turn. Hard to say, but it must be considered. It's offered from the heart. I also believe that perhaps the majority, or perhaps the vast majority of the citizens might feel the same way, but might be afraid to speak because they might be branded a racist, or worse, a fascist, or worse, a Trumpist, or worse, a Christian nationalist. There are lots of labels. For my part, I'm not afraid of being hit by some of these labels. I know who I am. My ethos is this city's ethos, as enumerated before. Those are my values. I encourage those who feel this way and might be afraid to speak up to do so. Speak with your voice, and please speak with your vote. I support the police.
Thank you. Dr. Buchholz?
Is the mic up all the way? Like, can the mic get turned up more? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Carissa Buchholz, here to talk about the Harrison and North Lawn Crosswalk. I'd like to start by thanking Councilmember Watson and Mayor Brookover, both of you, for your service to the community. I understand that serving on the council requires difficult decisions, and I really appreciate your time and leadership on this council, so thank you for your service. I want to start also by thanking the city and celebrating some of the improvements that we have had at the North Lawn and Harrison crosswalk at Glen Cairn Elementary School, including better crossing guard coverage. This has been much better this school year, so thank you for those efforts. A street light has been installed. We've had 3 signs put in the middle of the road that have been really helpful in helping slow down traffic. And we would really hope that the city will consider keeping those up over the winter, if at all possible. And we also have a couple of radar speed signs. All of these things are helping making our crosswalk for our kids and our community members safer, and we greatly appreciate those efforts. They have not gone unnoticed. I want to respectfully urge the council to vote in favor of the truck restriction on Harrison Road. I believe it's 5.6 on the agenda. There is broad and well-documented support for this measure, as well as for the crosswalk improvements outlined in the petition for safety improvements at the Harrison North Lawn Crosswalk. Specifically, their support comes from the Glen Cairn Elementary School Community Council, the Transportation Commission, the East Lansing Board of Education, and Representative Cerniglu's office have all supported changes in one form or another. Requesting another traffic study for this truck restriction would only delay a necessary safety improvement while costing taxpayers more money. Truck traffic along the stretch of Harrison is highly inconsistent. Some days we see very heavy traffic, and other days very few. The volume presumably depends largely on nearby construction projects going on at MSU and along 127. Because of this fluctuation, another study is unlikely to capture the true nature of the problem or accurately reflect the safety risks our community members experience. This issue came to a critical point in late September when a steady stream of large gravel trucks was using this route. These heavy vehicles pose a real danger, especially near the crosswalk for our school kids. One major concern is the possibility of a car stopping at the crossing guard for the crossing guard, while a large truck or other large vehicle traveling down the hill going northbound fails to stop in time, potentially striking the stopped car and pushing it into the crosswalk. A crash investigator who investigated or visited the site with me earlier this year shared with me this is as a potential and absolutely devastating scenario at our crosswalk. For this reason, the installation of a pedestrian-activated stoplight at the top of the hill in order to stop traffic at the top of the hill would provide the most effective protection for our children and residents crossing Harrison. It's also important to note that the traffic data included in today's agenda packet does not accurately reflect the conditions at the North Lawn Crosswalk. The speed data was collected between South Lawn and Wildwood, and these vehicles, before the vehicles crest the hill and accelerate northbound. It also does not account for the school-related traffic coming to and from Saginaw Highway, which makes the North Lawn area especially busy during the arrival and dismissal times. Additionally, our community's petition for safety improvements, the last time I had checked, was not included in the agenda packet. I have submitted it as a written communication and kindly ask that it be added to section 5.7 in recognition of the many residents who signed and supported it if it hasn't already been added. I'd like to urge the council to vote to restrict truck traffic on Harrison Road. In summary, for these reasons. Trucks pose a unique safety hazard along this crosswalk as they're unable to stop quickly when traveling downhill. The Highway 127 provides a viable and more appropriate route for this north and southbound traffic. And also, many of these trucks have been Michigan trains or long combination vehicles that are actually prohibited or heavily restricted in many states and pose an unacceptable safety hazard in a nearby school, in a school zone. So I would like to respectfully ask council to approve the truck restriction and to direct north-southbound traffic to 127. This action would meaningfully improve our safety for our children and community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Shanna Draheim.
Good evening. I also want to just start by saying thank you to Mayor Brookover and to Councilwoman Watson. Having sat behind that table myself, I know firsthand the time and energy it takes and the probably bittersweet feelings you're having as it comes to a close. So thank you very much for your service. I appreciate it. I'm here tonight to voice support for the proposed Howard Development Project and to urge Council to repeal or revise, Ordinance 1384, so that this and future developments like it can be realized. The city's recently updated comprehensive plan makes clear that higher density housing should be concentrated in our main downtown corridor, close to MSU and along transit corridors. This approach supports local businesses, it encourages walkability, it reduces car dependency, and builds vibrant neighborhoods. And the Howard Project exemplifies this vision. Ordinance 1384 is a roadblock to this and other redevelopment projects in our downtown. I fully support its goals, particularly around affordable housing, but diverse housing in general. But the financing constraints of mixing affordable use units and condos with market rate properties in the same development, combined with the ordinance's very limited geographic scope, has stifled new construction in our downtown for housing in the last 6 or 7 years. Your planner, Mr. Bartley's best practices research on these types of inclusive housing ordinances was really great. And to me, the takeaway was very clear, that we need an ordinance that's more nimble than what we have right now. There are communities out there with much hotter real estate markets than we have, who have inclusive ordinances more in the 10 to 20% range. For example, Chapel Hill and Evanston are both 10%. And they allow for more strategies or more approaches for meeting that target. And I urge you to consider such things. The Howard development and other projects that could potentially come about with a revision from Ordinance 1384 would provide over $500,000 in new property taxes, some additional income taxes from the residents who live there, presumably. It would add users to our existing water system because it's being built as an infill where we already have existing infrastructure. And even with some additional costs to city services, which I believe Mr. Altman brought up, there certainly will be, it is still a significant net boost to the budget. East Lansing has done so much to support our thriving downtown. We've invested in arts and events and infrastructure that draws people in, and we've made pretty bold progress on some of our sustainability efforts too. We have a chance to change this ordinance and improve projects like the Howard. We could be creative in thinking through a different policy that uses more flexibility in our approach to actually support affordability, maybe through down payment assistance, maybe through rent assistance programs or partnerships with MSU. Or we can rigidly stick to what we want to happen, despite what the market will bear, and get no new housing here, and likely get a generic medium box chain retail store instead. And this will be true throughout the Grand River Corridor, I might add. I urge you to make the necessary changes to this ordinance and support the Howard Redevelopment Project, and I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Daniel Bowman.
Good evening. I am also here to speak on the Planning Commission's recommendations regarding diverse housing generally and the proposal for the Howard Project specifically. I think that the introduction of a multi-story housing project on Grand River is clearly supported by the comprehensive plan, which aims to increase density, including walkable housing, and ground level retail in our downtown. And as you are well aware, the provisions of Ordinance 1384 have discouraged the pursuit of these aims by imposing additional, and I would submit undue, diverse housing requirements. Barring the outright elimination of the troublesome portions of the ordinance, a more nuanced solution might be advisable, such as lowering the percentage of diverse housing from 25 to 10% or 5%. During my 8-year service on the Planning Commission, we occasionally discussed other means to expand the definition of diverse housing. Similarly, Council has an opportunity that will still maintain the current, and again, I would submit they're ill-advised portions of the ordinance, yet still provide or still support innovative future development by expanding the definition of diverse to include provisions other than occupancy. In this effort, I would refer to provisions of the final draft of the form-based code ordinance, more commonly known as Shaping the Avenue, which have lain dormant since their completion in 2021. The general incentives portion in Section 406 of the Shaping the Avenue include the very same diversified housing provisions included in Ordinance 1384. It further defines 3 additional provisions that incentivize innovative building, namely green building, public plazas and greens, and a somewhat vaguely worded significant public benefit. The green provisions, which I stand here in full support of, are portions of the portion of the ordinance 406B, includes the use of sustainable materials such as mass timber, and requires a performance bond to ensure that the sustainable provisions are ultimately included in the proposed building. If similar creative provisions were incorporated into Section 5094 of our zoning ordinance, they might lead to an end to the present development drought in our downtown. Now, admittedly, the form-based code was never adopted, but the text of the ordinance, which was thoroughly edited by a subcommittee of the Planning Commission, including Cindy Williams, Chris Wolf, and myself, that still remains. And it was completed in 2021, as I said. Anyway, considering those provisions might provide an opportunity that is anticipated in the Howard proposal. I served on the Planning Commission from 2015 to 2023, and I supported the diverse housing requirements in the Ordinance 1384 as I believed that they would be beneficial. I thought that they had good intentions, and I still think they do, but I think that time has proven otherwise, that ultimately what they've led to is a dearth of development in our downtown. So in closing, I would encourage you to follow the comprehensive plan to encourage contemporary building developments, increase the supply of much needed housing, and support nearby businesses by reactivating the 400 block of Grand River, by expanding the definition of diverse housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Mesher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gary Mesher, 508 Wayland in the Southeast Marble neighborhood. Talking tonight again about stop signs, traffic safety in Southeast Marble. I think there are some other people from our neighborhood here as well. The Transportation Commission, as you may know, voted last night not to put in stop signs in the Southeast Marble neighborhood and 2 intersections in particular, to help, as I look at it, to keep our kids and our families safer, not safe, but at least safer. So again, in the interest of fairness, I'm asking that the city, the council, the city, replicate stop signs and 4-way stops in the Southeast Marble neighborhood that are in place in our sister neighborhood across Hagedorn, the Bailey neighborhood. And if that's not doable, perhaps it's time to remove stop signs and 4-way stop signs in the Bailey neighborhood. So I think this is about fairness between neighborhoods. Councilmember Meadows, you've been very supportive of Southeast Marble, as Councilmember Altman. I appreciate that. Now is the time, I think, with what happened at the Transportation Commission meeting last night, with the way the neighborhood feels, at least as I and other people read it, that it's time to put words into some sort of deeds as it relates to traffic safety in our neighborhood, and again, that sense of fairness for our neighborhood, Southeast Marble. Lastly, I encourage City Council to please listen to our neighborhood, Southeast Marble, and other neighborhoods in general. And also, please listen to the volume of traffic noise in the city. At 11:15 last night, walking our dog, it's a drag race every night at 11:15 last night. So this is just an ongoing request to please revisit, please, as you can, amend Ordinance 1541, not to throw it all out, but at least to look carefully, thoughtfully at the noise aspect of 1541. Our brand as a city is becoming, just in my view, as far as noise, it's becoming a very noisy city, and it doesn't have to be if we look at it creatively from your point of view in terms of what we can do, what you can do as a council. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Edsel?
Good evening. A lot going on here tonight. I'm going to add a couple of things. I support Carissa's statements here and all of the issues over in Glencairn. I went to the walk to school with them, and the other item on here is the no through traffic on Kensington. I saw that. What Mr. Messer just said with the stop signs, why are we fighting over stop signs? Put in stop signs if the neighbors want stop signs, and let's see if they work. I also thought about talking about the ordinance, but as the vice chair of the LEPOC Commission, I've spent 6 hours with the commission. We've written documents. I've given you all I have on the ordinance at this point in time, and hopefully you'll do the right thing with it. Hopefully by now each of you has had a chance to look at the video from Dave's Hot Chicken. This is the video footage that Chief Brown had in her possession on September 7th, long before she made her press release about the incident, which identified Lonnie and Mason by name, listed their alleged crimes, which included fighting, all the while she knew that not a single punch had been thrown. Hopefully you've also had a chance to watch the body-worn camera footage where Mason, blinded by the pepper spray and handcuffed, can't figure out where he is in relation to the police car. But instead of treating his eyes and face immediately, as he requested multiple times, with copious amounts of water as required by training for the use of pepper spray, she screams at him to get his feet in the car and then screams, "Was that so effing hard?" Hopefully by now you have investigated the training and policy around the use of pepper spray and found the deployment closer than 3 feet and in a vestibule is against training and the manufacturer's recommendations, and this information is a test question required to complete the department training on its use. Hopefully by now you have watched the interview with WLNS where Chief Brown says minorities are coming into the city and committing crimes. What you may not know is that this was not the first time she said this. She made a similar statement in an LPAT meeting in Lansing before she was ever questioned by WLNS. She was also read her exact quote at the LEPOC meeting following the broadcast by WLNS, and she said she stood by her quote and would not change it. I share this to demonstrate this was not a one-off racist comment. This is part of a pattern of racism. The city manager confirmed that this statement was racist 2 weeks ago, but went on to say, and I paraphrase, that longevity is more important than racism. In other words, it is better to have a long-term racist chief than a short-term anti-racist chief, and he wanted us to treat this as a teachable moment. A little over a year ago, then Chief Johnson quietly exited his role under rumors of harassment of women who work for the city. Given the demographics of the city's employees, one can assume these would be mostly white women. So a black man allegedly harasses white women, and he is not given the opportunity for this to be a teachable moment due to the need for a long-term chief, but a white woman makes racist statements, the city manager's words, and stands by and covers up for officers who physically harmed 2 young black men, and releases a press release that not only names these 2 men and harms their reputations in part by ensuing commentary on social media, and we're supposed to give her a pass? Let this be a teachable moment? White women scream and black men get lynched, and a white city manager brings the rope. Are we living in the Jim Crow South? Let me be clear, I do not condone workplace harassment, but I refuse to accept racially biased policing as a teachable moment. She should have taught herself 20 years ago. She certainly should have taught herself when George Floyd was murdered. And at the very least, she should have taught herself when she accepted a job here, knowing that we have a police oversight commission charged with addressing racial disparities in policing. But she did not then, and her non-apology and actions since August 23rd show that she will not now. And while I am a member of LAPOC, which has, as of last Thursday, officially added our commission to the growing list of organizations demanding her resignation for racism that she has demonstrated, I want to say personally that this is a much bigger problem than one weekend or one comment. The chief's willingness to provide cover for all the policy and training violations that occurred on Welcome Weekend, as well as other incidents that the commission expressed concerns with over the last year, and in turn her refusal to hold her officers accountable, also makes her an unacceptable person for the job of chief. Part of management is knowing what the rules are and knowing how and when they are violated to hold your underlings accountable as to prevent an environment of lawlessness. A police officer that would pepper spray someone 6 inches from their eyes, or another who would scream, "Was that so effing hard?" while denying a man treatment for being pepper sprayed in the eyes, already know they will not be held accountable, and that black bodies are fair game. This comes for the top down, and I do not just mean the chief. Which brings me to my last point. When business owners and police officers speak up in her defense, is this for that very reason? Are they supporting policing that violates policy, that over-polices black and brown bodies? Policing rules are just suggestions and no one will be held accountable for violating them? Is this the downtown this council envisions? With Jen Brown at the helm, it appears this is the downtown we have and will continue to have. It's past time for her to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian O'Hario.
Hello, council and audience. I am Lieutenant Adrian O'Hario with the East Lansing Police Department. I'm actually here due to the proximity timing of the meeting in regard to an event, or a date, I should say, that is coming up. I'm here tonight to highlight and remember a sad moment in the history of East Lansing. This Saturday, October 25th, marks the 41st anniversary of the end of watch of James Jim Johnson. On October 25th, 1984, Officer James Jim Johnson responded to a follow-up call from a senior citizen who had previously reported that their car was stolen. Unbeknownst to him, the criminals had returned to that residence. When he arrived, Officer Johnson was ambushed and killed. Officer Johnson had served 11 years for the East Lansing Police Department and was a captain of the United States Army. He was survived by his wife and 6 children. Each year, the East Lansing Honor Guard travels to his gravesite and performs annual maintenance. We are occasionally honored to have retirees join us and remember Jim as we present a folded flag every year. Last year, for the 40th anniversary of the end of his watch, ELPD Pastor Jermaine Gale put together a series of interviews for officers who had worked with Jim. This video memorializes the lived experience and the memory of Jim. I am grateful to all of you, the city, and our communications department for sharing this video on the city webpage. I would implore everybody here to please go to the city webpage, Our Fallen Officer, and watch that video. If you have not seen this 30-minute documentary, again, I strongly encourage that you visit our city website. I'm here to ask you, council, if you haven't watched the video, please do so. It's part of our history. Every day, East Lansing officers work hard. We work hard to ensure that this community is safe. Jim gave his life trying to ensure that safety. So this Saturday, as you watch MSU hopefully win, please take a moment to reflect and remember what all of our first responders do, not just police, not just fire or ambulance, including our dispatchers, what all of us do for our communities across the United States. Jim Johnson, badge 15, End of watch, October 25th, 1984. Gone, but never forgotten.
Thank you. Dr. Biber? Dr. Biber?
Annie Bajou, I'm Nicole. I'm at 1037 Blanchette. I've lived here since 2007. 2020 murder of George Floyd awakened many who had been sheltered from the long-standing ugly truth of violence enacted upon people, mostly black and brown people, treated as lower and less than, inviting us to more deeply consider the corruptibility of the concept of law and order. The U.S. has an undeniable underpinning of overt abuse, disenfranchisement, displacement, as well as people-powered movements aimed towards repairing such damages, often led by the disenfranchised and our allies, because we thought long and hard about what solutions look like and what we aspire to. I urge you all to reject the amendments that undermine what our entire community would be enabled to rest assured that transparency and accountability are paramount and of value. Transparency before the public eye, transparency including all of our elected representatives in key decisions. I was shocked when I read in the East Lansing information that Dana was left out of some of these conversations. We elected her. Accountability requires constant vigilance. We should be uplifting this commission and taking pride and encouraging that scrutiny, encouraging people to report when they have something to worry about. Someone very close to my family was manhandled, and he, even though I urged him to go to that commission, he didn't think it'd make a difference. We should be uplifting that commission. And that's a choice that needs to be made, because the backlash is real. Now that being called a racist is being floated as the actual life or death oppression, instead of the ongoing, lived, wounding, unjust impacts of racial profiling. Support the police by not trusting that they can constructively respond to community input, that shining a light on data and calls to collaborate about solutions somehow is an insult or beyond their capacity. Work hard, sure. We want you all to work hard, that's good. A lot harder work to have those dialogues and take time and be careful with your training than to spray someone that close. Are you kidding me? We saw the footage. We know the disparities of the ELPD public statement and the speed with which pain was inflicted upon a young man acting in the interest of de-escalation.
Thank you. Harold Pope.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mr. Mayor, council members, audience. My name is Harold Pope. I'm with the NAACP. I'd like to start by saying that I am glad to see the city of East Lansing making some progress in cleaning up the activities during the welcome weekend by dismissing the charges against the two young black men. But I'm here to remind you that there is so much more that needs to be done right now. The arrest records need to be removed. ELPD needs to post a retraction and correction to the statements about them being criminals. The city and East Lansing Police Department needs to begin the replacement process of the current chief, who has destroyed public trust and fostering a toxic environment by making misleading comments about minorities, blacks, committing crimes. The systemic failures of the department under her leadership must be fixed immediately. There is absolutely no downside. There is absolutely no downside to bringing in new leadership. While keeping her will exacerbate this current behavior of over-policing blacks and other minorities. Address the findings of the data showing that blacks are more likely to have use of force against them. Go back to publicly sharing the data on use of force, showing the ethnicity of each encounter. Stop hiding the truth. Share the data and fix it. Keep the powers of LEPOC intact. Only allow the required changes that the that the commissioners have recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Freeman.
Hello, Council. Carrie Freeman, 3854, Kara. First, I'd like to thank Councilperson Watson and Mayor Brookover for their service to our community. I know it's not always easy and it requires a significant amount of your time and energy, and I thank you for the time that you've and energy you've put into our community and trying to make it a better place. As you know, I'm here regarding business item 5.2. All we are asking of you tonight is that the council make a motion to refer this to the city attorney to draft language to amend ordinance 1384 to at least include a fee in lieu option. I've provided an example of such an amendment, which is in your packet. Since the inception of ordinance 1384 on November 30th, 2016, almost 9 years ago, 0 affordable housing units have been built. Although well-intentioned, it's not producing the desired results. According to the Urban Institute's National Longitudinal Land Use Survey, approximately 2/3 of jurisdictions with inclusionary housing policies have fee in lieu options. Of the similarly situated communities your staff has also studied, we are the only community that does not currently have a fee in lieu program. We actually have the most restrictive ordinance of all of them. In lieu fees are typically paid into a local affordable housing trust fund. The money can be managed simply and will only work to benefit our community and further our goals. In Columbus, Ohio, their program aims to foster investment in and development of affordable housing in mixed-use, mixed-income neighborhoods, and encourage investment in both market rate and affordable housing in areas showing varying levels of distress, primarily through tax incentives. The core principle of the City of Columbus's housing abatement policy is to foster private sector investments to build mixed-income neighborhoods. In addition to a 15-year tax abatement in Columbus, they provide the fee in lieu, and like Columbus, many communities offer several abatements and incentives to developers in addition to their fee in lieu programs. We are only asking for the fee in lieu tonight because just that could make a huge difference and allow our community to thrive and become a more vibrant place. In Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and other communities, they use in lieu fees for constructing or rehabilitating housing units, assisting residents with rent, mortgage, or utility payments, and providing local matches to federal affordable housing grants. A project like the Emerald, for instance, could be supported by this fee in lieu fund when the federal government, if they fail to provide the funding that they've requested now 3 times. The average age in East Lansing is 21 years old. We have significant shelter inflation occurring in this demographic with zero supply in the pipeline to ease inflation. East Lansing is experiencing a 7.4 market rent increase and over a 13% increase in the downtown core this past year. We're the only Big Ten community that has not provided market rate housing in the last 5 years and has no plans to do so. Our students are camping out in order to secure housing in our city during the school year. Michigan State is growing at 753 additional students per year on average. Where do they live without additional housing supply? MSU has no plans to build additional housing at this time. Housing affordability is becoming increasingly problematic as communicated by respondents in the East Lansing Comprehensive Plan Update. Our policies, in particular Ordinance 1384, is significantly restricting housing development in the downtown core. And per the East Lansing Comprehensive Plan update, we want more density in the downtown core. This itself contributes to our housing affordability issues. A step in the right direction is to incentivize development in the downtown core to help our supply meet the demand. With this simple change to Ordinance 1384 to include a fee in lieu provision, we have a developer ready to invest $150 million into our community. This developer is ready to build a one-of-a-kind, innovative building that is in line with our environmental goals, will support our businesses, and promote further growth. It will provide nearly $2 million to start a fee in lieu fund, provide nearly $200,000 by using an underused parking structure. This opportunity will bring approximately $23 million over the next 20 years to our downtown, millions of dollars to our schools, help fund our library, and alleviate the constant burden of taxing our residents to pay for the debts and things we need in our community. Our community wants this. Your constituents are writing to you, showing up tonight and before to voice their support in change of this ordinance. It will help our community thrive. And so I'm asking you tonight to move this forward quickly, to not push this on to the next meeting. We have a time limit, a real time limit, not as a threat, but it's serious. The ball lines need to make a decision, and if we want the Howard to go forward, we need to address Ordinance 1384 quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Area Maury.
Hello, my name is Aria Mori. I have professional experience in public safety, including my previous work with Ingham County Central Dispatch, where I was formerly Ingham County 911 emergency responder. In that role, I had the experience with serving many different police departments, including the East Lansing Police Department and the community members that they serve. I'm here as a private citizen today to urge the council to ensure that the East Lansing Police Department's monthly response to resistance, also known as use of force, reports remain public and accessible, both to the Police Oversight Commission and to the residents of this city. Transparency is not a luxury. It is the foundation of trust between law enforcement and the community. When residents can see and understand how force is used, it encourages accountability and fosters informed dialogue, not suspicion. Continued public access to these reports allows both the Oversight Commission and the community to identify trends, raise concerns early, and celebrate progress when it occurs. Restricting this access would represent a significant step backwards, undermining the values of open governance and shared responsibility that East Lansing has worked very hard to build. We know from research that transparency improves public safety outcomes. For instance, a 2020 study from the National Police Foundation found that agencies that proactively share use of force data see higher public confidence and lower complaint rates over time. Similarly, the Department of Justice 2022 report on community policing emphasized that open data practices help, quote, reduce fear, increase cooperation, and improve officer morale, unquote. These are tangible benefits that come from openness, not secrecy. Across the country, cities like Madison, Wisconsin, and Cambridge, Massachusetts have committed to publishing detailed use of force dashboards. Their experience show that when people can see the data, they're more willing to engage constructively and support their police departments in pursuing reforms and training improvements. East Lansing has taken steps like this in the past, and to reverse that progress now would only erode public confidence. It would also place the city behind the curve in terms of best practices for accountability and community safety. From my own experience working in emergency communications, I've seen firsthand how much trust matters. When people call 911, they're reaching out at their most vulnerable moment, and they have to believe that help will come, that the system is fair, and that every responder is accountable to the same standards of integrity. Transparency is not about blame. It's about collaboration, learning, and safety for everyone involved, officers and community members alike. When oversight is open and data is shared, it helps everyone involved. It allows policymakers to make data-driven decisions, helps officers receive the support and training they need, and gives residents confidence that their voices matter. That's what real community partnerships look like. So I respectfully ask that this council, the city manager, and the mayor to reaffirm your commitment to transparency and uphold the years-long practice of making East Lansing Police Department's response to resistance reports publicly available. In doing so, you strengthen both our public institutions and the trust that sustains them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andrew Mueller. Andrew Mueller.
Hello, my name is Andrew Mueller. I'm a parent of a second grader at Glencairn Elementary School. And I'm here just for Halloween as someone I would consider a superhero. Our police department, school crossing guard. Superman is known for stopping speeding trains. Our school crossing guard has been surprised and had to stop loaded 18-wheelers coming down the hill on Harrison Road who can barely stop before the crosswalk. So this is an incredible hazard on this narrow residential street segment that is being proposed for the truck traffic restriction on your agenda item 5.6. So please consider this traffic control order restricting truck traffic. Captain America has a shield. Our school crossing guard only has a stop sign like this and her body to safeguard our children. Please help her and our children by restricting this truck traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Corey.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Renee Corey. Now, my address is in East Lansing, deceptively. I live in Meridian Township. But I'm here today to speak about East Lansing. I'm 71 years old, and for 71 years I've been coming to East Lansing. I participated in protests right at Abbott and Grand River in the 60s, all the way up to riding my bicycle through town every day through my career at the Ingham County Central Dispatch, another dispatcher here, and feeling very safe doing so, all up to today where I work in East Lansing. So I spent a considerable time here. Now, I don't know the police chief. I couldn't pick her out of a crowd. I don't even know her name. To tell you the truth, I can't remember it. But here's what I do know. That from everything I've heard where people are talking about having a vibrant East Lansing and something thriving and the arts and events coming to East Lansing, and that's all well and good. At night when I'm around there, I'm afraid. It's a hellhole. It is frightening. I'm 71 years old. I've never felt vulnerable before. I'm afraid to walk to my car after work. I have been down there when they've had Welcome Week and they've had the home games. And to this gentleman's credit, again, I'm not from East Lansing, there on the end in the blue, I saw him down there at the last home game checking out how bad it got down there. The essence here is, let's each take some accountability. If we don't like what is going on with the police department and with the police chief, instead of just getting rid of everybody, how about we take the time to invest in them? I hear negativity after negativity after negativity. I don't hear any solutions. How about we, I gave whomever it was time and I didn't say anything, so I'd appreciate the same. Thank you. How about we collaborate, whatever that looks like, and make sure that we're supporting that police department by properly training, properly supporting, by having information out there, as previously said, so we have some transparency, but getting to the root of the problem, which is, I don't feel safe, so what am I here for? I'm here to advocate for myself today. And I'm here to advocate for the senior citizens, that however that looks like, you take back East Lansing and make it safe for me to walk down there. I can tell you in the last 6 weeks, I've been spit on. I have been threatened. I have been called names. No, I haven't been physically assaulted yet. And maybe it still looks like I'm able-bodied enough to take care of myself. I'll tell you something else I saw the last weekend I was down there. Lots of guns. Lots of guns. And it wasn't by the police officers. So I urge you that whatever you do and however you want to vilify whatever's going on, that you support that police department of yours, lest we become those that we vilify. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rebecca Kaysen.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Rebecca Kaysen. I'm here both as a resident of East Lansing and as the executive director of the Women's Center of Greater Lansing. I'm here because, as I said last week and the week before, and I will continue to say, I deeply care about justice, transparency, and safety for every resident and every visitor to our city. Many of us remain deeply disturbed by Chief Jen Brown's comments that a disproportionate number of minorities are committing crimes in East Lansing. Those words were racist and unacceptable. But what's more concerning is what followed. The ongoing lack of transparency and accountability has shattered public trust. City Manager Robert Bellman confirmed that the East Lansing Police Department had the Dave's Hot Chicken video on September 2nd. Yet on September 24th, according to Mr. Bellman, Jen Brown wrote and published the press release that is just filled with lies. That means the truth. She knew the truth for at least 2 weeks before the public was given a false narrative. These young men's lives and futures were put in jeopardy. There is no coming back from that. When evidence is withheld, when the public is misled, when leadership lies, trust is gone. Jen Brown needs to go. There is no amount of training, no apology, no policy change that can restore the integrity once it has been deliberately compromised. Chief Brown's lack of leadership is not only filled with bias, it encourages a culture of cover-ups and damage control. Every arrest of a person of color must be questioned. Every interaction between officers and members of the public will be viewed through a lens of distrust. The damage is done. And while some city leaders point fingers to the so-called war zone downtown on Friday and Saturday nights, we need to be honest about who bears the responsibility. Downtown business owners who profit from these weekends must be held accountable. They are over-serving, they are serving underage patrons, and they are creating conditions that fuel chaos. It is hypocritical to complain about disorder while contributing to it. If we want real change downtown, we would engage with the CEPDED program at Michigan State University. CEPDED is crime prevention through environmental design. We have some of the top experts in the world who can help us create a safer, more community-centered approach. Instead, we send cowboys with pepper spray to assault innocent people. This is not just about one statement or one video. It is about systemic failure. It is about the refusal of leadership to tell the truth and a choice to protect image over integrity. Chief Brown sets the tone for the department. Her tone is toxic. It is a tone that excuses violence, normalizes bias, and fuels mistrust. The tone starts at the top and it must end there. I am asking City Council and the City Manager to do what is right, not what's easy. Demand Chief Brown's resignation and request a full independent investigation by the Michigan Department of Civil Rights and the Michigan Attorney General's office into racism, bias, and transparency failures within the East Lansing Police Department. We cannot build public safety on secrecy and excuses. We build it on truth, accountability, and leadership that earns trust of every resident and every visitor. East Lansing deserves better. Our children deserve better. Our multiple communities in this city deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadia Sellers.
Thank you. Honestly, Chief, I really wish you were standing in front of me right now so I can look you right in the eye, mother to mother, woman to woman. Because I only have one question for you, and that question is why? Why did you choose to release the names of the two young men to the media and redact the body cam footage before giving it to their attorney and before they have their day in court? All of this, Chief, over misdemeanor allegations, seems odd to me. Your actions were reckless, unnecessary, punitive, and carried out in bad faith. At the time their names were released, the only thing you really knew about them was the color of their skin. What you could see, Chief, you couldn't see my son was a senior in college at a major university, maybe not Michigan State, but a major university right here in Michigan. You can see my son is a business owner, a philanthropist. Actually, he owned a business right on Grand River in your community up until this year. You can see my son was a good person. And for that alone, you crafted a public narrative portraying them as dangerous criminals and deserving of public exposure. That narrative rooted in bias and steeped in racial undertones. Chief, it was your voice, not the voice of a witch or a witch hunt, that branded you a racist. Your voice. The ripple effect has been harmful and measurable. Since your press release, African American men in East Lansing and some women have been verbally harassed, followed, and in some cases physically confronted by white men and women, emboldened by the rhetoric coming out of your mouth. The N-word has resurfaced more boldly and openly, even by MSU students, a very diverse institution. Fear and division have grown, not because of the conduct of the residents, but because of the conduct of your leadership. The department is supposed to serve and protect, and more often, I believe they probably do. You have some really good officers. I've met a lot of them. But in this case, it defamed and endangered. Chief, I don't know if Officer Lyons is a racist, but I do know Andrew Lyon escalated to pepper spray directly in the eyes of my son to attempt to injure him before any attempt at de-escalation. Actually, my son was doing your officer's job because they were standing on the sideline watching as it unfolded. And he took the leadership that your officer should have took to try to de-escalate the situation. But Chief, instead of you recognizing that as training and accountability failure, you're shielding him. You're reinforcing the message that misuse of force will be protected and not corrected. Oh my God, Chief, that is so dangerous. Mr. Mayor, you've made it clear that you care deeply for the city. But caring is not enough. We need action. The people of East Lansing need transparency and a real public explanation of how and why this decision was made. Chief, I don't know who knew you were going to write that press release yourself. You get paid a lot of money to write a press release, and you're probably good because I need someone in my office to write some too. But somebody else knew, more than likely, your boss. So I don't know what accountability measures are now going to follow. But more importantly, this incident is clear. The city must strengthen its police oversight authority, not take it away. So the trust is not a matter of who holds a badge or the title of police chief at a given moment, but a permanent guardrail built into city governance. Oversight is not anti-police. It is pro-community, pro-safety, and pro-justice. A city where oversight is strong is a city where residents of all backgrounds feel safe walking downtown. Visitors feel
You have
welcome
30
instead of
seconds
profiled.
remaining.
Officers go home after their shift, protected by both policy and public trust. Businesses thrive because their patrons and employees feel secure. We are fortunate that no one has lost their life in this incident, but there has been a death of faith in this department among minority residents. You now have an opportunity to restore it. And Chief, I asked my son if he forgave you. I asked my son the other day if he forgave the officer, and he says, Mom, yes, because that's the godly thing to do. So we all forgive you, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Root. Christine Root.
Good evening. I'm Chris Root. I'm a member of the Oversight Commission. I'm speaking in my own capacity. I've been thinking this afternoon about what's going to happen with the amendments to the ordinance tonight. And of course, I don't even know what all of the amendments are that are being considered. But I've still been trying to think about it, and I want to suggest that you might consider them in 3 stages. And I'm not actually going to do them in chronological order, but the 3 groups that I want to talk to you about. The first group is amendments that bring the ordinance into conformity with the collective bargaining agreement. You have the memorandum from the Commission on October 2nd in which we said we understand that the city must abide by the collective bargaining agreement, so it makes sense to have the ordinance conform with it. So we've, come to see that that needs to happen. The proposed amendments you received in August had a cover letter saying all the amendments are required by the CBA. That is where we have a major difference. And the Oversight Commission's memo goes into a lot of detail, comment by comment of the labor attorney about the references from the CBA to the amendments. We have a lot of differences of view about that. We think a number of the amendments that are in the proposed group go way too far, even if they're on a topic raised in the CBA, and some of them are on topics that are not in the CBA at all. So if, given that there's a legal reason to move forward with those amendments, that would be fine if there was a clean list of those amendments that are required by the CBA but go no further and do not weaken oversight in any ways that the CBA, beyond what the CBA required. But there isn't such a list of amendments. And, we made the point in our memo that many of the amendments where there was a claim that they're required really are not. So I suggest that you defer action on amendments actually required by the CBA until you have such a list. And I urge you to take seriously the work that the Commission did on identifying which ones we think really are necessary and which ones aren't. And, to move forward on that quickly, but I don't think it's ready tonight, because mixed in with that is amendments that would weaken the Commission that I urge you not to adopt tonight. Secondly, if there are amendments tonight to change the Oversight Commission in a way that, we haven't been talking about publicly so far, if there are amendments that would instigate a new model of oversight that is less transparent, I suggest deferring those as well. And there's a very specific reason that I have for that, and that is the Commission is 4 years old. The ordinance requires that every 4 years there be a review of the Commission by a national expert in police oversight. The Commission is delighted in the idea of having external evaluation. We think that's a very healthy thing. It makes all kinds of sense to me that if there are ways that the Oversight Commission can be improved, that could come out of that external review, which is scheduled for next year. So I suggest deferring until then. That's not a deferring forever. It's deferring until a way to do it in a much more informed way. Third, there's already been a speaker tonight talk about the change that occurred about 3 weeks ago to make the use of force reports, the monthly narrative reports, secret instead of public, the way they have been public for 4 years. To me, this is urgent. I think it is, it's important for the council to make those reports public again. And you could add one word to Section 2485 of the ordinance by putting public in front of the reports that must be made to the Commission. So I urge you to make that change tonight. I think that will make a difference to a lot of people in the community and in the Commission while we work on the CBA-related amendments and any other amendments that might come in conjunction with an external review. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Schaefer.
Council, my name is Diane Schaefer, and I am the Administrative Assistant to the Chief of Police in the City of East Lansing. I was hired in 2010, and if you count all the interim chiefs that I've had, I'm on number 11. So 11 in 15 years. And I'm here to tell you that Jen Brown, our current chief, is fair, she's honest, she has integrity, and she supports the City of East Lansing, the East Lansing police officers, and everyone else in her life. She's a remarkable human. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, in the corner, sir, it's okay. I'm happy to have everybody sit in front of me and criticize me, but it makes me a little nervous to have somebody behind us. So if you could move to the front here, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. Pat Joslin.
Hi, Pat Joslin, lifelong resident of East Lansing. I commend you all for your service to our community and what you guys do. It's remarkable. There's a lot going on in our city. Wow. I'm here to talk about the development in Ordinance 1384 and developing the SBS bookstore. I've grown up here, as I said, all my life. Some of you recognize me. But we need to develop that part of it. You know, we need housing for people, yes, but let's find some place for the students to go other than into the neighborhoods and in our community. Put a fee in there. Put the money in there so that we can afford to build places where we can have affordable housing. But let development in that corridor continue on and let people build, and not make them build down the street in other communities and have them move those tax dollars outside of our area. So I just want to get up here and say that, let them build, do the things, put a fee, but continue to let the growth be, let the students stay in those areas, and figure out a way, and sitting here, the ordinance was made 9-10 years ago and nothing's been done with it. We haven't built a thing. Is that really successful? No. So maybe we need to look at that and find a way to do that, but the tax and to say you can't build unless you have it there, I don't think is the solution. So commend you all for your service and everybody here, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ann Bean.
Hi there. I'm Ann Bean. I live at 1708 Ann Street. I live on my own street, so yeah, just want you to know. Spelled the same way. I'm also a lifelong member of East Lansing, or a resident of East Lansing, and my father-in-law built the house that we live in, and East Lansing is very dear to my heart, as a lot of people have it in their heart. We moved away, we came back because we wanted to raise our kids in the community. I'm with the Southeast Marble Neighborhood Association, and we are having a lot of trouble. We've been going to meetings since last April, commission meetings, council meetings. We have so many problems with speeders. Wayland is a straight shot down. John R is a straight shot down with no stop signs. I was almost hit twice, so I learned to do where's the guy with yeah, he left. Okay. Put on an orange vest or a yellow vest when I'm gardening out near the road. Twice, and it's all societal. It's distracted driving, it's speeding, it's fast and furious out there. So I've just really noticed a change in the last 4 or so years of people's attitudes about driving, the disrespectfulness. The solution that would be to put a stop sign to slow them down. I really would love that. I would love the city to listen to my survey, sitting on the corner, doing all of the gardening I do, and seeing the speeding go by. Not only myself, my fellow neighbors as well. So we really need to address it. Also, the noise from Grand River, from those cars, it is the most unnerving thing. After a big day, I just want to sit on my back porch, and these cars that have these loud noises really, really are unnerving. I love East Lansing. I want to stay here. They're going to take me out feet forward out of my house, pretty much, because I love it so much. But thank you for listening to us as residents on our own surveys that we do on traffic. So speeding is a problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. William Lawrence.
Hello, William Lawrence. Grew up in East Lansing, resident of Lansing now, deeply invested in this community. First of all, just note that some people may be surprised to hear me say this, but I do support the measure to allow development at the SPS site. Ann Arbor has used a payment in lieu system very effectively to allow market rate development while allowing for funds to be generated for affordable housing development. And I've been saying since I was 8 years old, playing soccer up at the soccer complex, that we should be building up in East Lansing rather than building out in Bath Township, and this would allow that process to continue. But the main topic I want to speak on is the amendments to Ordinance 1533, and I want to say that I support the recommendations made by the Independent Police Oversight Commission, which would bring the commission into compliance with the police collective bargaining agreement without overdoing it. And I would note that this commission was conceived in 2020 amidst a nationwide reckoning on racial bias in policing and the role of policing in community safety. And many demands and requests were being made at this time to reduce police budgets and reallocate funds to other strategies for community safety. And I would further note that the initiators of the Police Oversight Commission did not take this approach. They took the relatively moderate position that oversight would help to improve accountability and improve outcomes in policing, including with regard to the question of racial bias. And since then, the commission has been working diligently to provide that oversight. And now the council is considering rolling back even that basic oversight, including by limiting the ability to monitor for evidence of racial bias. And I can't see this as anything other than just an attempt to close the door on a conversation that is just beginning. If the existence of oversight has led to more tension, then that reflects we don't yet have a community consensus on the appropriate role of policing in keeping us safe. When, how much, by whom, against whom should policing be focused? What is it that actually keeps us safe in the long run? Is it more patrols and more cells, or is it more after-school programs, mentorship opportunities, good jobs, and quality housing? What is the appropriate balance of all of this? And how can these questions be approached not just in one city, but on a regional basis? Because people move across all of these district lines. And when policing is 20% of the budget of the city of East Lansing, which is nearly 4 times the budget of health and welfare, over twice that of culture and recreation, which are other means of seeking community safety and cohesion, it is entirely appropriate that we should continue to struggle over this question. We all want to feel secure, and we all want a future to look forward to in this region, whether that's in East Lansing or any of our other municipalities. And the question is how. These are not simple questions at all. And all these proposed amendments would do is to close down an ongoing and necessary conversation, good trouble, good tension that is happening over critical social questions that we need to move forward in tackling for the future, not retreat from. It would set us back at least a decade in tackling those questions. And I'll just end on a personal note by saying that I was raised in East Lansing, as I mentioned, lived in Glencairn neighborhood, and I was allowed a great deal of leniency, I must admit, by ELPD. I was out past hours, I was drinking underage, I was running around with my friends, and I was never maced, I was never detained, and I was never verbally castigated. And I can't help but wonder what the outcome would have been if I was here now, or if I was black, then or now. And I want everyone to live in the East Lansing that I experienced growing up, which was a bit of a forum to act like an idiot and run around and practice independence and make mistakes as a young person. I think any young person in East Lansing should be given that same grace. And it really does take a village to raise a child, and East Lansing happens to be a college town where we got a lot of big children learning how to be adults. And so support, grace, patience, investment, and care is what we would all want for our children. And East Lansing, as a college town, has a responsibility to offer that to all of the young people, whether they're underage or of age or college students or high schoolers or whatever, who happen to be in the city of East Lansing. You have 30 seconds remaining. And so I'd say accountability for young people, yes. Accountability for the police, accountability for everyone to learn how to live together in a multi-generational and multiracial community, because nobody is going to take back East Lansing from anybody else, and I don't want to see what that would look like. We have to learn how to live together. Thank you.
Thank you. Farhan Omar.
Good evening. Farhan Omar. You know, as many people have stated tonight, I too didn't know who Chief Brown was until she opened her mouth and made some racist comment. And as we all know, comments or words carry weight and they matter. And they come with consequences. It's the same things that we teach our children. And so when you have the head of the police department making derogatory comments towards the minority people who live in this city, what kind of message are we sending to the other officers, the rookies, the ones that are here for the first year, second year? What kind of message are we sending to them? How are we programming those police officers if their chief is allowed to get away with racist comments? And to those of you who don't find her comments, who find her comments acceptable, I challenge you, going to work tomorrow, and make those same comments to your colleague and see if you get reported. I challenge you to make that same comment to your boss and see if he doesn't fire you, he or she. Any decent person would get rid of her. Any decent city would find her comments unacceptable. I find this city to be a good city, full of kind people, open-hearted, open-minded, very well-educated people. We have one of the best universities in the country, just right down the street. We're not naive. We're not stupid. This isn't the 60s. It's about to be 2026. It's about to be 2026. What is there to debate about? What is there to debate about? Either you find her comments to be unacceptable, unbecoming of a police chief, and get rid of her, or you agree with her. But you can't be both. You cannot be both. I have never seen a loving racist. I've never seen a kind racist, a caring racist. Never. There's no way that I feel comfortable coming into this city knowing that she's in charge, knowing that she is making policies for this police department. Mark Meadows, it was just 5 years ago, sir, with the Casito case. You know it. We've moved forward. We have a police oversight commission. This city is strong together. Yes, it's been 11 police chiefs in 15 years. If they're bad police chiefs, get rid of them. Why keep them? Who cares if it's 20 of them that got rid of? If they're bad, get rid of them. I don't get the point of just keeping bad people in positions, especially high positions. It defeats the purpose. It defeats the purpose. And to have one of her staff members say, no, she's this person, she's caring, she's loving. My goodness. Maybe we need to clean house. Maybe we need to clean house and start from scratch. This is some scary stuff. And I've looked at many of your social medias, and just 2 days ago, we had 7 million people protest against Donald Trump. Many of you guys don't like him or say that his comments are unacceptable, unfit, racist, everything. But you guys are okay with your police chief to remain in power? Where's that same energy? Where's that same energy? You can't go out there and protest against Donald Trump and then allow your police chief to remain in power. You can't call him a racist and then allow her to be in power. Nah. So listen, I love the city. I care about the city. There are many great people in this city that want to see the city move forward. But we cannot and we will not go backwards. We will not go back. It's just that simple. We will not go back. And for as long as that she's in power, expect to see a boycott in the city. We will boycott all your businesses. Any decent human being who calls the city home will literally boycott your businesses. And then you will have to deal with the consequences for that. This is a city that's already struggling. You guys have to pay the BWL lawsuit, the tax that you guys inappropriately made people pay. You guys can barely afford to pay that. So you can't afford a boycott. It's not a threat. It's a promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Ballline.
Greg Ballline, 710 Snyder. Good evening, council members and fellow residents. I'm here as a business owner and resident who cares deeply about our community. I'd like to speak in support of revising Ordinance 1384 and respectfully ask that it be referred to the Planning Commission for further review and guidance. This will give us the chance to gather more input and have a thoughtful discussion before it returns to council for final approval. I know the community values diversity in housing, such as different types of housing, alternative construction methods, including green building practices, and various price points so that our city remains vibrant and accessible to everyone. I also want to take a moment to thank two leaders who will soon be leaving their roles. Councilmember Dana Watson has been a dedicated voice for our city, always offering thoughtful input. Dana, thank you for your service. And Mayor George Brookover, thank you for your leadership and dedication during your time on council. Your insight has been a real asset to our community. Thank you both for your service and your commitment to making our city a better place.
Thank you. Karen Honey. You got me doing it now.
Good evening, Council. 2 weeks in a row, you got my name right, Mayor Brookover. That's awesome.
Yeah, well.
Karen Honey, lifelong East Lansing resident. I am a member of the Human Rights Commission. I've served on the Human Rights Commission as chair and vice chair. Currently, I am a regular commissioner. And last night, we had a special meeting, and we unanimously approved a letter to council, which was sent this morning. So I'm just here to read that letter for the record. On September 30th, 2025, WLNS TV released an interview with East Lansing Police Department Chief Jennifer Brown, in which she said, "A disproportionate number of minorities come into our community and commit crimes." These statements were followed by a tone-deaf apology that failed to take responsibility for the actual words she used, the damage her comments did to the Black and brown residents of and visitors to East Lansing, or how her words set back the city's efforts to come to terms with its history of negative race relations. Her statements will also inevitably be used in lawsuits against the ELPD and the city. In isolation, this incident is damaging enough to call for a change in leadership, but it is not an isolated incident. In her months as interim police chief and police chief, Jennifer Brown has proven herself not to be up to the task of leading a police department in a diverse community. From calling members of the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission cop haters, to releasing a misleading and inflammatory press release damaging a young man's future, she is demonstrating herself to be a liability to the city of East Lansing numerous times. Her behavior has eroded the community's faith in her ability to be an agent of change who can transform the ELPD into a police department that treats all community members with dignity and respect. For these reasons, the East Lansing Human Rights Commission echoes the calls from the NAACP, the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission, and other organizations that Police Chief Jen Brown should resign her commission, and if she does not, the city manager should remove her from her position. We also call for a full investigation into the incident concerning the release of the press release on September 26th. It is clear that the current police chief is incapable of changing the culture of the ELPD. Even if she were inclined to educate herself, the city of East Lansing does not have the time to wait for her personal growth. The damage has already been done. Black and brown people who have a right to be free of fear cannot trust a police chief who clearly has no respect for them or their history within our community. The result of communities of color avoiding our city because of her actions will result in economic, political, and social hardship for the city of East Lansing. People of color and advocates for marginalized groups will not want to patronize East Lansing businesses, and letting a leader get away with saying racist things without consequences will lead to East Lansing being known as a haven for people who hold white supremacist views. On Thursday, October 9th, a subcommittee of the Human Rights Commission met with City Manager Robert Belleman. These concerns were expressed to Mr. Belleman. During those discussions, the subcommittee learned that Mr. Belleman was not aware of the disturbing footage his own city had posted to its website of an ELPD officer verbally abusing a black man. This falls in line with other evidence that the leadership of the city of East Lansing is not truly aware of how deeply rooted systemic racism is in our community. We call on the city manager and other leaders in the government of East Lansing to take decisive, measurable, and specific actions to address racial disparities in policing. And that's signed by all the members of the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you.
I just have another minute. So 2 weeks ago at the city council meeting, when numerous people came forward to speak, Mayor Brookover asked City Manager Bellarmine to instigate an investigation. And so I would hope that someone today will give us an update on how that investigation is going and maybe provide us with some timelines, because I think transparency is really important. And then one other thing I wanted to say is that this Welcome Week was in August. It's been 2 months, and every week I open the agenda of the city council meeting and I expect to see it as an agenda item so that we, people on all sides of this issue, can hear a robust and transparent conversation about where you stand on this, and that has not happened yet. So I'm also requesting that you put this on the agenda as a discussion item, and actually talk about it so that we can hear how you're feeling. We don't know, we're left in the dark. Transparency is an important tool in regaining the trust in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Tashmika Torak.
Hello, good evening, Tajmika Torak. The thing that has me losing sleep about this situation is actually how about the kids who are being arrested that do not have familial or community support? What about those who don't know to complain, or those who don't trust to complain given what our police chief or the East Lansing police chief has just done? If they know that if they are wrongly arrested, that the police chief will unapologetically lie about what happened and hide evidence, not just from the public, but from your own oversight committee. The oversight we have now is important, and what does it mean when the city doesn't require that the ALPD is fully transparent? We talk about defund, and what has been on offer from most municipalities is reform. You keep the money in the police budget and promise training, accountability, and protection. And what do we get? The Oversight Commission is like the people's security camera, and the city is trying to shut down the feed. In many, many cases, recording technology is literally the only reason we have an honest reporting of police violence. I'd like to see all of us asking for even more oversight, because honesty and transparency is the least that we should be able to expect, and the bar is literally on the floor. Reform is meaningless without accountability. Reform is meaningless if the culture of ELPD is one that celebrates a leader who lies. Reform is meaningless if someone can make it all the way into a position as chief, and no one seemed to consider her viewpoints or actions as problematic. I agree with Farhan. Starting with Chief Brown, y'all should be snatching jobs. Your willingness or unwillingness to act will tell citizens what your commitment to safety and accountability actually is. And what of the cost, too? Who is going to compensate this family for their legal fees? For the loss of time and energy and emotional labor the fact that they have to come here to say anything. And I know the charges have been dropped, but one thing that I never do is I never say thank you when justice is done, because it is just. You should have dropped the charge. The prosecuting attorney should have just dropped the charges, because they shouldn't have ever happened in the first place. So the community really doesn't have anything to be grateful for. This is what should have happened. People are complaining about crime in East Lansing, but seem to miss the fact that what we're talking about is a young man who was freely participating in violence intervention. And instead of coming to his defense, they choose to support, again, a chief who lied. An intentional act of racism that enables not just police violence and misconduct, but as you've heard other people say, it enables racist behavior in the community because people know no one's coming for them. You can keep your job. You can go on TV and lie. A bald-faced lie for no reason at all, and keep your job. It's wild. Honesty is not an extreme request from someone with so much power. The power to use the criminal legal system to change the course of young people's lives, to funnel Black and brown people away from their goals and visions for their future and into jail and prison and life as someone with a record. That has long-standing consequences for their employment, for their family, for their relationships, for their sustainability in this community. This is what can happen when the police lie. The learning curve that has been given to Chief Brown isn't without consequences. Consequences that people without power to influence public opinion with a press release, and people who will call a police chief caught lying on camera a remarkable, trustworthy person, and local business owners. My question is, why do some people in this community get the luxury of having a police chief they can trust while others do not? Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha Atkinson.
Natasha Atkinson, formerly of Cambria Drive. And I originally was not going to speak tonight, but a gentleman got up and spoke about the East Lansing ethos. And I want to say he's not wrong. For far too long, East Lansing has used policing to build a barricade around the city. For far too long, East Lansing residents have perpetuated a fear in new residents to steer clear of minority cities like Lansing, as happened to me when I moved here 10 years ago. For far too long, the ethos was a pseudo-shielded sundown town. The reality is Chief Brown's comments are the product of these stereotypes spread about Black and brown communities, that somehow we are more violent, that somehow our children and young folks are uncontrollable, that force is necessary when interacting with us. Our joy, our passion, our gatherings have been criminalized. These stereotypes are not new. In fact, it's the same rhetoric we Black and brown people have had to endure at every encounter with police, angry coworkers, and our typical Karens and Carls. I'm not sure what East Lansing that gentleman had the luxury of living in, but I guarantee you, no Black person will stand in front of this body and emphatically express that race has never impacted them in this city. There is an undercurrent that we need to be honest about in this country that will have you believe that minorities, immigrants, or some other is dangerous, taking your job and going to replace you. And the police chief, and I'm sure several of the officers who serve under her, are supporting this current. Back in 2020, we were promised by the city, a vow, in fact, was made to do better, to recognize and reconcile its ugly racist past. We held celebrations for Dr. Green, the first Black man to purchase property in this city. We were promised transparency and healing. And I guarantee you, chiefs like Jen Brown and the police union are bringing the exact opposite to this city. The gentleman spoke of the witch trials, and I'm not mad at that either. Racism should be called out. Racism should be drowned in the Red Cedar. Racism should be run out of this town, and the evil of racism should be exorcised. I'm not calling for a resignation. I'm calling for a full removal. It is required. A teaching moment is for folks who recognize they're wrong and are willing to learn, not for folks who double down and refuse to acknowledge the harm caused by their words, their actions, and their lies.
Thank you. Erica Schmidt-Deal?
Hello, my name is Erica Schmidt-Deal. I'm a resident of the Bailey neighborhood. At this point in time, I am completely embarrassed that I bought a home in East Lansing. I knew about the racist past of this town, and yet I still chose to buy a home here. From the Black faculty that could not buy property in East Lansing to the disproportionate stopping of people of color in their cars as they drive through this town. This racism needs to stop. I do not want my tax dollars going to a lawsuit to settle a wrongful death claim by the racist East Lansing police. Chief Jen Brown did us all a favor by showing us what she really thinks, and I think she needs to resign or, even better, be removed. I support LEPOC, and this is absolutely not the time to reduce their oversight. If anything, it needs to be increased, and we need to know why young people are being tear gassed or pepper sprayed. downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody in the queue?
There are 3 callers in the queue.
Okay, let's proceed, please.
Caller with the phone number ending in 977, you are now free to address the council. Caller with the phone number ending in 977, you are now free to address the council. Okay. Caller with the last name Gomez, you are now free to address the council.
Okay, let's move on.
Caller with the name Nicole, you are now free to address the council. That's it.
I think we do that. Okay, any luck?
No.
Okay, we'll move on then. Communications from mayor and council members. Dr. Altman?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take the opportunity tonight to talk a little bit about the budget and the millage that is on the ballot in November in an effort to set the context a little bit and think ahead to the budget cycle that will be starting in a few months. We are a relatively affluent community, but we are not an affluent government. I've said this before, and I think it's worth repeating. The reason we are not an affluent government is because we are a small city that hosts a very large university that does not pay property taxes. And the income tax that we all pay addresses that issue. We can't tax MSU's property, but we can tax its salaries. And if an income tax had been in place since 1907, we would be in a very different position. But it hasn't been in place for a few years. And so it can't make up for that sort of ongoing structural lack of revenue. So that's the context for, it's part of the answer to the question of how we got here and why we always seem to be struggling to make ends meet. That's sort of a basic problem. At the moment, we are facing what by my math is a $4.2 million structural deficit. That number is higher than we have been talking about in the past. And so I want to sketch the components as I see them so that people can check my math. About 1.5 million of that has actually been around for a couple of years. And we have been masking it with vacancies. A lot of staff left the city in 2022, early 2023. And we used those salaries to mask the deficit. As we staff up, we can't do that anymore. Another 1.5 million is the loss of the Board of Water and Light franchise fee moving forward. It's not paying off the settlement. The settlement is paid off. We used our fund balance to do that. It's the loss in perpetuity of that annual revenue of about $1.5 million. So now we have to pay for the costs of maintaining Board of Water and Light rights of way in East Lansing out of the general fund, and we cannot recoup those charges from ratepayers, and that is thanks to the Michigan Supreme Court. I add another, so now we're up to 3 million. I add another $500,000 as bond payments for infrastructure renewal. You have to keep up on infrastructure renewal because if you kick that down the road, the costs balloon. And then most recently, there's another $700,000 in loss of revenue sharing from the state in the budget that passed a few weeks ago. So we are getting slammed from all sides. And that is how I get the 4.2 million. Downtown development, large projects in the downtown will not solve the problem. A large project does generate tax revenue, but it also generates expenditures. And that is the cost of the cost of the services and infrastructure consumed by the people who live in the project. That's what the taxes pay for. The problem is actually trickier than that in our downtown because the new taxes will be captured by the Downtown Development Authority. They will not flow directly to the city. And so part of the trick will be to make sure that we can actually recoup those expenditures. And if we're not careful, a large project in the downtown could end up being a net negative on our balance sheet. So we can't develop our way out of this budget deficit. There is a millage on the ballot that would address most of the deficit. Okay? It is a millage that is dedicated to operations and maintenance for parks and recreation, facilities and programming. It's the Parks and Rec millage. 25-ish years ago, we built all these facilities, like the Hanna Center. We didn't build it, we refurbished it, with the soccer complex and the aquatic center. We built these facilities using bond funds, but we did not provide for operations and maintenance. And so that has fallen on the general fund, which now can no longer support them because it's stretched too thin. The millage would raise about $2.9 million in new revenue. So if it passes, then we would only be $1.3 million in the hole. If it fails, then we are facing deep cuts to public services. And they will happen relatively soon because we don't have much of a cushion. They will happen starting in the next budget cycle. The city's a lean organization. $4.2 million is about 8% of our general fund, which is about $52 million. And you don't cut 8% out of a lean organization without stakeholders noticing. I am wearing two hats right now. One as a resident and one as a council member. As a resident, Parks and Rec is important to me. I love what it brings to the city. I love that it brings people to the city. I love this facility that we're in. And I'm willing to pay for it, and I have already voted my support for that millage. As a council member, I am going to do what I need to do to balance the budget, because that's my job. And I'm going to read the outcome of the millage vote as a signal about whether people want to pay for Parks and Rec. That said, I have no idea, and nobody knows, where the cuts will fall when they fall. They could fall on anything funded by the general fund, including public safety and public works. All I can do is give you my priorities. I believe that we can't cut public safety or public works any more than we have cut them over the past 15 years and meet the expectations of the community for things like traffic enforcement and all the things that DPW does on a daily basis to grease the skids of our daily lives. We can run a city without Parks and Rec. Okay? And we did before we built all this infrastructure. I believe we can't run a city without public safety and public works. Again, those are my priorities. I am one vote and one voice, and it takes 3 votes to pass a budget. So we have no idea where the cuts are going to fall. And that's one of the challenges in communicating consequences of the millage failing is we don't know exactly what they are. So I wanted to provide some context with these remarks for the decision that we're all facing as a community in a couple of weeks. And I also want to do what I can to make sure that people aren't blindsided come the next budget cycle, which starts in the next few months. I don't know what's coming, as I've said, but that's the point. Okay? In the face of an 8% deficit in our general fund, nobody knows what's coming. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Meadows.
Well, I really wasn't planning on talking about that, but I was the no vote on the council to put that on the ballot. And I will say that I disagree with many of the comments that Councilmember Altman has just made. I'll note that we have a $16 million reserve fund that we utilize, and over my lifetime on this council, we have utilized it for every budget, basically, at the onset. And at the end of the year, we have found we have used way, way less than we needed, that we had scheduled or budgeted to be utilized. I think last year, we may have set aside $5.2 million or something in that area to balance the budget, and we ended up, I think, using $400,000 or something in that area. So I don't think anybody's going to cut the Parks and Recreation budget and vote to do so, given that I think that would be political suicide for anybody on this city council. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't be utilizing a reduction in some of those to balance the budget or make it equitable across all our departments. Were we needing to do that? And we've done that in the past. And I would say that Councilmember Altman is correct that also in the past, especially during those times that have affected the city, that have also been eras such as around 2000, 2008, where the entire state was suffering an economic downturn. Frankly, the nation was too, and that we used not filling positions as a way to deal with that. There are other ways for us to approach this. We could approach the school board to establish a recreational authority, since they use our facilities as part of an agreement that we made with them in order to acquire the property that has the softball complex and the aquatic center on it. So we can find another way to put before the public the opportunity to make sure that at least the maintenance of the facilities we have will be taken out of the general fund. There's another aspect to this. The vote, if this does pass, it does not establish a fund of money to fund the Parks and Recreation Department. That takes an additional vote of this body to actually implement the tax increase that would be on the ballot. So another political fight in the future with regard to that. So contrary to Councilmember Altman, I urge a no vote at this time. I think we have time to deal with this in another way, and let's see what happens. Some of that loss is at the state level, and we don't quite know what the budget is going to show, I guess, at this point in time. But I know that we have tremendous advocates for this community at the State House, and they have been working hard to make it all right for us. I've got a lot on my comment here, and I want to begin, I guess, by thanking everybody who came tonight. I know that we see large crowds when we have issues within the community, but it is, I think, exciting to me to see people so willing to come before this microphone and express their views to the entire community and everybody who watches the television part of this particular meeting. So thank you. Thank everybody here. And feeling comfortable in expressing your views in the way that they were expressed here, I want to compliment everybody on that as well. I also want to say to my colleagues, Councilmember Watson and the mayor, how enjoyable this last 2 years has been to work with you both. And I'm sorry to see you go. I wish probably those decisions were made after talking to me a little bit so that I could talk you out of leaving the council. But thank you for your service. And it isn't just service here, by the way. I want to mention that, you know, the mayor has a long history in East Lansing, served on the Planning Commission with me years ago,
headed our last charter committee back in 1995, and his family has deep, deep roots here. And his father was also a mayor, I might add. And Councilmember Watson was also on the Planning Commission, served with me on the Capital Area Housing Partnership Board, and was on the Human Rights Commission as well. So community service is often the real basis for sort of, I won't say graduating, but also running for city council and getting elected. I think it's important to the people of this community to know that the people they're voting for have committed their time and their energy to making life better here. And both of these individuals have done that overwhelmingly. I want to talk a little bit about the Howard. The Howard, I'm not opposed to the construction of the Howard. I am still waiting to see a real plan so I can actually evaluate it. But I want to mention that I can't object to the idea of taking a look at the ordinance to see whether it can be improved. Other communities have a very similar program to the city of East Lansing, requiring not just low to moderate income housing, but the alternatives, condos, strictly home ownership, or senior housing. And to the person who said that we haven't had anything built in 10 years, I'll just note that we have 2 student apartment buildings that have been constructed, a hotel and senior housing in the downtown, which, by the way, is 85% full, not partly empty, as somebody seemed to indicate. Last night I met with Mr. Bauline and Mark Bell, the development partner that is looking at the Howard. I think it will utilize, or at least plans to utilize, this not new but innovative ability to construct in the city of East Lansing, which uses renewable materials, things that can be grown and then used for construction like this. And I think that's a very valuable advancement for the community. So I'm looking forward to seeing the plan. I do have an issue with the fee in lieu, and I would just indicate that if we are referring this back to the Planning Commission, which has already taken a look at the actual ordinance that was constructed by Mr. Bauline's attorney, that we should be looking at it more broadly in terms of changes to the actual ordinance that we have here that would fit with East Lansing. A payment in lieu, which is proposed, is about $5,000 a unit. Some communities have $185,000 a unit. An actual amount that can build units. And I'll just say from my standpoint, when this is reviewed, it would be necessary to get my vote that this be a much higher amount of payment in lieu. I think low to moderate income housing and some of the other things that we have are extremely important to have in this community. I have no problem with the idea of expanding the area in which this ordinance applies so that it gives more opportunities to find locations where low to moderate income housing can be located. And I think that was indicated by a number of the speakers that were up here. So we also have the PK project, which is low to moderate income housing, which, I don't know, a rumor has it that they got their 9% this time. So we may see that construction going on relatively soon. With regard to the stop signs in Southeast Marble, is there any way to get that on the agenda tonight so that we can make a motion or take a vote with regard to either agreeing with the Transportation Commission or rejecting and have those stop signs put in? Because time's a wasting. We have been talking about this, I think, way too long. And then with regard to the in lieu fees, I can't remember whether I mentioned this or not. I just asked that people look at the Urban Institute. They have a very informative analysis of those across the country and discussion of what we should be looking at as we establish those in lieu fees for our inclusionary zoning policies. So thank you all again for coming tonight. Thank both of you for your service. That's all I've got to say.
Ms. Singh.
Did you do that on purpose?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Okay. I just,
I may be 75 years old, but I'm not out of it yet.
well,
so.
sometimes I like to double check. I don't have a lot. I know we've talked, many speakers tonight appropriately so have talked about Councilmember Watson and Mayor Brookover. I look forward to a date where we can appropriately celebrate your service and your leadership. And many of the public comments we heard tonight, there's pieces on the agenda, so I'm going to stop my comments there and move forward.
Ms. Watson.
So I had asked for an agenda item, so that's why what I got was the order was switched up, and so I get to speak my piece right now. Am I allowed to cuss?
You do whatever you want.
I might. I just want to say on my last, I believe this is my last day sitting amongst council members for a council member discussion or meeting. I wanted to just thank community for electing me, for inviting me to understand things more and differently, and for opening up my mind. I don't care to serve people with just my own perspective. I believe there's so much to learn when you listen to the specific problems of community members and issues. And it's a disservice to be elected and not sit down with your constituents and your stakeholders and really kind of anybody. So you can get that full perspective to make that important decision. And speaking of important decisions, there's just 5 of us on City Council, and I don't know if they've got the numbers for our discussion on City Council pay, but we are one of the smallest councils, and it really kind of rigs things to an inappropriate level of power that 3 to 2 members can have. I was absent the day that we talked about that ballot initiative, and I am along with Councilmember Meadows in that this is not the direction or the vote that I would recommend for the community for the Parks and Rec millage. And I work in government during the day as well, and when we've looked at deficits, something that comes up is hiring freezes and sometimes reductions. And so I was surprised at the limited amount of examples that we were given and choices that we were given as far as where we were going to go with the amount of money that is owed, and that I don't think it should come out of you all's pockets because something we made an error in decision. I want to second too what Councilmember Meadows said about the stop signs. It's kind of like, you know, if the community sees, they're out there, like someone says, she's out there, she sees the traffic. And so then it goes into like, we believe them, right? Like, we don't want to say, like, I don't believe what you're seeing or I don't believe what you're experiencing. And so just second what Councilmember Meadows said, if we can get the stop signs onto the agenda tonight and vote on it, that would be, I support that. And speaking of believing people, I listened to the comments from the community. Again, I love you all. I love hearing your different perspectives. So I was in New York, and I tuned into public comment, the hour and 35 minutes of public comment that occurred during the discussion-only meeting. I want to let you all know that something that I've come to understand listening to public comment is 2 things or more can be true at the same time. it can be true that with the legacy of police, that they look after property well. I've heard of White Hills neighborhood reporting that maybe someone's trying to break into their car and the police are running around with their guns out to look for that person. So they understand that assignment. And there were times that I have been seen as property, whether it was because I'm melanated and am in America or because I'm a woman. There were times that we were property too. And again, the police understood the assignment. So it can be true that your business owners want their properties protected and that they believe in what the police are doing. But the next believe is, you all brought me back. So we've got people coming up saying people are speeding. So do we believe them? We've had women, predominantly women, during the Me Too movement. And what we learned during that time was to believe them. So I don't know how so many people missed reading the room as they come forward in support of one group and don't mention seeing us and believing us and understanding our humanity. And that's why that impression is there that we're no longer 3/5. We're a whole beings, just like you all. So how is it that you come up and just, in some ways, like blindly support the police without letting us know, do you see us? Do you hear us? How many different people need to come up and write us? And really, we don't need to be at that point anymore. You don't need to believe us. And you can call us the problem for saying that there are things that we know we deserve. And you all don't have to read the room. My hope is it's a tinier percentage than the people that are in support and will stand beside us in solidarity. We need police, yes, but we need to be treated properly. I need to not be afraid that my son, who has curls and matches the complexions of those young men, is not going to be pepper sprayed because he's hanging out with his friends downtown, City of East Lansing. So the next thing I wanted to say, those two young men of color who were pepper sprayed were not pecking. They did not have guns on them. We have to be able to see when it's problematic how they were responded to. And I don't understand why it needs to be a young person that has different colored skin or what needs to go down for people to just connect in solidarity with community, to be able to say, yes, we need police, but we need police that are doing good by everybody. I ran for this position and I was appointed, and one of my guiding stars, my 3 guiding stars, are my children. Just want a better community for my children. I love East Lansing School District. It's not perfect, but I loved the diversity of this school district. I love my kids being here. I like living here for my children, but I also want to know that they're going to be able to go out and make it back home without being traumatized or overly policed just because of the color of their skin. The next thing I wanted to mention is I listened to, again, the public comment last week, and one of the city council candidates' names came up, and I wanted to attempt to clear the air because he was, sorry about that, he was kind of mistakenly misaligned as far as his support for police oversight. And that is Adam DeLay. Adam DeLay is a white heterosexual male. He didn't have to call me, and he did. And he is the only white heterosexual male that's running for city council that reached out to me during this problematic time, this welcome week, and the stuff that went down, and he wanted to apologize. And again, he didn't have to do that. But I just want to make sure everybody, encourage everyone to understand the candidates. And I also wanted to mention they are debating, the council candidates are debating again tomorrow at the Lake Huron room at the MSU Union from 7 to 8:30. So you can just continue to get to know the people that you might vote for if you haven't voted already. There will be 2 open council seats. And my last thing is my ask for those of you who are considering your votes or who haven't voted yet, please don't leave Carrie alone. We need everyday parents of minors on council. Please show your value for youth voice. If you are a youth, y'all are the median age of this community. Please come out and vote, exercise your rights to vote, and you deserve someone that understands you as well. Please consider people to the community. This community is represented 60% renters. Please allow them to be at this table in very important decision making. They deserve voice on this council as well. I urge you to please diversify your vote so that we have more robust discussions on this council. More diversity means better discussions, better decision making. You get a conglomerate of certain groups of folks, you're not going to hear their thought processes. They're not going to sit down and meet with you, and you're going to get that clear feeling that this election for them was about their power and them exercising their privilege and not them listening to community. So please, if you haven't voted already and you care about these things, please think about these things as you cast your ballots. And that's the last thing I'll say. I'll miss you all from this place, but I'll be in the city of East Lansing for at least 4 to 5 years. And it's fun. Some people have seen me on my bike. It's been fun to be seen on my bike. And, you know, I always have 2 cents. So, you know, I'll be back. I'll write, I'll call and stuff like that. And just continue in my community activism and love and belief of where we can get to as community. And it's been a pleasure, Mayor Brookover, to serve beside you. And I think
don't be saying that
while I have made history as the longest standing black person elected to council or on council in general, thank you. Mayor Brookover, I'm not aware of a legacy like yours either that exists. So have you made history as well with your father being mayor and now you being mayor? Is that historical for our community as well?
I'll leave that to somebody else.
All righty. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to say much because one of my guiding stars throughout this experience is that I appreciate the democracy, which tonight shows. Excuse me. And I have always been cognizant of the demands made on our staff. And so, as most of you have noticed, I try to make these meetings run fairly smoothly. That doesn't mean that I'm against people coming and stating their opinions on all sides, and I welcome that. I think I always have welcomed that. But in the interest of moving this already long-moving meeting along, that's all I have to say. Thanks for the opportunity. Sir, City Manager.
Thank you. I have a couple items. First of all, I just want to announce that on November 10th at 6 p.m. at Glen Cairn Elementary School, there's a neighborhood meeting so Spicer Engineering can share their findings, their recommendations for the Harrison Road Rehabilitation Project, receive feedback, and/or answer questions from residents or anyone who attends Glen Cairn Elementary School. Secondly, I just also want to kind of bring back to the forefront that Police Chief Jim Brown formed a internal working group to come up with solutions for what we're seeing on Friday nights and Saturday nights that are putting a strain on the department, this community, and those that want to come down and have an enjoyable time. Some of the ideas that are coming forward are addressing noise, the social district, the unhoused, Albert al fresco, bar lines, and just overall general cleanliness. Along that same line, Heather Pope is working with her staff and the National Charrette Institute to hold 2 focus groups or workshops, one on November 4th from 8:30 to 12 p.m. and the other one on November 18th from 8:30 to 12 p.m. To have focused conversations around the unhoused population in East Lansing. Staff from multiple city departments, service providers, business owners, downtown residents, and MSU stakeholders will be invited to participate in those workshops. Session 1 will focus on current concerns and issues related to the unhoused population, review of existing services and support systems, and identify gaps in services and unmet needs. Session 2 participants will work through 3 different unhoused population scenarios, exploring each steps of providing services and support from initial outreach to long-term supportive services and housing solutions. A report will be developed as a resource guide for supportive solutions for the unhoused individuals. We need to find a long-term solution to the unhoused that occupy various areas of the city to ensure they're getting their needs met. My last comment, I want to offer congratulations and appreciation to Interim Captain Adam Park. Adam completed his service of 22 years today. He was hired in November of 2003, promoted to sergeant in September of 2017, promoted to lieutenant in August of 22, and then promoted to interim captain in January 25. And I will say that Adam stepped up when we needed him the most, and he will be greatly missed. So hats off to Adam Park and his service to East Lansing. Thank you very much.
City Attorney report, anything?
No report this evening, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Japik. Item number 3 is a special presentation of the recommendations to the city charter proposed by the Charter Review Committee. I think Chairperson Gadiris is here, and I think many members of the committee are here. Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Brookover, Mayor Pro Tem Ebersol Singh, Council Members Altman, Meadows, and Watson. The Charter Review Committee consisted of 7 members and 2 alternates, some of whom are here tonight. So as I say your name, please stand up, those 2 that I think are here. 3. Jeff Hank is my vice chair. Jonathan Foreman's here. Rubia Martinez is here. Jill Rohde, Pam Weil, Veronica Wilkerson Johnson, and we had 2 alternates, Dale Krukoff and Lynn Richardson. Our 2 alternates attended meetings and sat with the members at the table and were engaged in all the discussions. However, did not vote on the final resolutions proposed. They were just ready to step in the event that one of our members could not continue. However, this was a great group to work with, and they were all committed to the review process and attended the meetings. Most times, we almost had a full house each time. You have in your packet the work of the East Lansing Charter Review Committee. We started work in August 2024 with the intention of completing our work by the end of June 2025. We stayed on schedule, but had to add one last meeting in July to approve the minutes and the final changes from the previous meeting. It's hard to close a committee up when you're trying to do the minutes, but then you have minutes from the closed meeting. So we did that at the same time. We stayed on schedule, as I said, and our work is posted on the Charter Review Committee page on the city website. A letter dated July 10, 2024, our last meeting, was reviewed by the committee and sent on to council. I want to correct one thing. In there was a typo. It stated there were 28 resolutions, when the correct number of resolutions is 23. It was my bad eyesight at the time. As stated, we had 5 meetings noticed specifically to ask for public input on changes proposed or on any concerns related to the charter, as well as had time set aside at each of our meetings for public comment. A very general overview of some of the changes proposed, though not all-inclusive. We have a preamble. It was felt at this time in 2025 we should have an opening statement of who we are as a city and our commitment to the community. All language should be gender neutral. Language should refer to state law where applicable instead of writing the current state language into the charter. We updated language in various areas to reflect the current practice. We updated language for council members to start their term of office after the canvass of the election, so there was a clear date to begin their service. Being consistent with the location of documents to always be on the website at City Hall and the East Lansing Public Library. We also required the city manager hired after the charter resolution is adopted to live within 25 miles of the city. And we added a transparency and public access chapter that details what information should be available to the public. As I said, these are not all-inclusive. This last one has many things that everybody should know, but we wanted it in one place in the charter so that it was easy for residents to find. The committee also agreed that the city charter should be renumbered this time since many chapters have been dropped over time. And this committee also included in the letter 5 recommendations to council. Since these and all the other resolutions are included in your packet this evening, I won't go over each, and I just open this up to any questions you may have, and my vice chair and myself are here to answer those.
Okay, any questions from council? We have all the information in the packet. Yes, ma'am.
Were there any themes that you felt that came up through public comment and engagement that fell outside, what you found outside of your scope that you may want to mention to us to think about?
I think people had specific questions sometimes on some of their things. One of the things was transparency was a big deal. And we tried to work that in. We also tried to work in the language that had come from petitions so that people understood that it was going in there. And we had some that just were interested in just talking to us about a simple item. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
I think transparency was the biggest theme, and that covers a broad array of things, and you hear it tonight. So we put together not only resolutions, but some suggestions for ordinances. Thank Councilmember Meadows for assisting us through this process too, but some things that maybe are not best dealt with as a charter provision, but that City Council could address through an ordinance instead.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, sir. Dr. Altman?
Thank you both for your work on this, and thanks for being here tonight. And also thanks to all your colleagues on the commission. So I have a question about the preamble, and I want to go to the language in the transmittal letter, which reads, "The committee felt the preamble was important to be included with this review. Times have changed since the first charter was drafted, and with these proposed revisions, it was felt that a preamble is an important statement that reflects our community at this time. What is it that you think changed to make the preamble important now in a way that it wasn't in a previous time?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think it's interesting also that all the members of the committee really felt that this was a time we need to do that. Many charters of cities have that. Our Constitution talks about, this is where we're at right now. They have a preamble I believe we have a preamble in the Constitution. And it was really a statement of who we are and where we are today versus when the city was just started and they were putting together this charter. And times have changed. You notice we recognize that the land we're on now, how it came about. You recognize that what our commitment is to the community, for us to be open and a welcoming community. And throughout our charter, we have a lot of references to making sure that there's no discrimination, and we keep expanding that definition and trying to be consistent across everything, that someone would see before they even got in the charter that this is a community that espouses these values. Jeff?
I think it's sort of, the idea is it is a theme, or the word ethos was used tonight. The preamble is an ethos of the values and the rights and the aspirations of the community, whereas the individual charter provisions themselves are operative on how the government works. The preamble is really more a statement of a community vision. And of course, we could have been more elaborate with that, but tried to keep it short and sweet. And in line with what Mayor Brookover said, we could probably talk about this stuff till midnight tonight easily. But a lot of the things we put together, if you look at it, they were necessary changes or changes that people thought were important. But the work we did is also perhaps just a step in the direction for now you as council to add to it or to finesse it or to go a little further than maybe we put together as well. But I think we did a pretty good job trying to capture an aspirational statement. That's what the preamble really is.
Just to follow up, in strategic planning sessions every 2 years that the council goes through, it's pretty typical to review, revisit, tweak the mission statement, the value statement at the council level. Do you see a conflict between a vision statement in the preamble and what the council does on a biannual basis?
I would say no.
Other
That's a
questions?
clear answer.
Mr. Meadows?
I have a couple more if I may.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
My other questions were about the new transparency chapter. And I guess the first question is, what specific problem does that new chapter solve?
Well, transparency was a theme that ran through it, and it was one of our last resolutions. It was number 20, and it went through a lot of things as we were trying to clarify how people could easily know where to go, what to do, what FOIA was, without having them to go to the state record to find things. I know Councilmember Meadows said, well, all that's available, and we said, yeah, but the committee felt strongly we should have it in one place in our charter so that people could go to the charter and find that information instead of look in different places based on what the state says about FOIA, what where the other public records are under FOIA, and our commitment to really being open to give this information out to people who are requesting it. We also have in there the financial reporting on our proposal for 3.3, which is really that even though you do this with projects, say in the brownfield, anything that's going for brownfield funds, you do an analysis. We wanted to have it really clear that this is being done so that our residents would see that it was a thorough review of things before they were going forward with them, and the taxpayers would see that it was a careful determination of whether this was appropriate or not to be using funds to go forward.
Got to that just briefly. So transparency was the thing we probably heard about the most from people, whether whether there is a lack of transparency or there's a perception of lack of transparency, we at a minimum trying to address the perception. As we hear every campaign, people talk about transparency. People tonight talk about transparency. It's a theme that the city could probably always improve upon, transparency of how city government operates. And then, with FOIA is the state law, Freedom of Information Act, which provides the minimum of which the city must do for transparency, but there's nothing to stop the city from going beyond what FOIA does and providing more transparency to the residents. So we tried to do some of that, and then I think, like Diane said, the third piece would be financial transparency. And directly to your question, Councilmember Altman, concern that we want to make sure that, particularly with the economic state of the city, that any project, let's call it a subsidy, whatever you want to call it, but anything that would involve city resources going out or a project that would maybe prevent resources from coming into the city should really have full transparency on it so it can be evaluated so that we make sure that the city is in the best position financially with any sort of development projects going forward, which was another concern that we'd heard from people.
So a couple of concerns that I have about putting policy in a charter. Right? So FOIA is statute. FOIA is not in the state constitution. But we would be putting the equivalent of Freedom of Information Act policy in our city charter, which means that if FOIA law evolves, and we have heard recently from our city attorneys that FOIA is a very active area of law, if that law evolves and we have FOIA policy in our charter, we can't evolve with it. And it seems pretty unusual to put policy in a charter. And the first paragraph of the new chapter says, it is the policy of the city. And that is the only other mention of the word policy in the charter is that the city council is the policy-making body of the city. And so there's nothing else in the charter that you would consider policy, and this is explicitly policy. Do you see any concerns there?
Yeah, there could be. But to point to 2 points to that, one is that the city charter is supposed to review regularly and change. That was part of our process, which I think we're about 10 years overdue on that. Secondly, I believe Diane put in her letter that we recommended that the council actually address transparency more broadly in an ordinance, specifically for the reason that you brought up.
And I would just say, it's a lot easier to put on a ballot when we have elections, a correct charter amendment, rather than going through the whole charter every 10 years and putting all those on the ballot at one time. So if something changed along the way, we should have an awareness that the charter is in conflict, and we can put that forward. The council can review it and put that forward at that time. I think that's been done in the past when you have a single charter amendment. It's easier for our public to deal with 1 or 2 on a ballot than what we will have as 23 broken up into how many ballots.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mr. Meadows, did you have something?
Not really a question,
Oh,
just
okay.
a
Well,
comment. One, I wanted to tell the other council members how exciting each one of these meetings was, at least to me. I appreciate being appointed to be the liaison to it, and I was liaison back in 95 or 96 to that one as well. But also I want to mention all of the people who were members of the Charter Committee and how invested they were in the debates, the discussion. Every one of these, items, these proposed amendments was not something that, somebody said, hey, let's put a different word here, and everybody said, yeah, let's do it. There was debate about every one of these. They were strong debates. There was disagreement, and ultimately there was agreement. And the members of this committee did incredible work for the city of East Lansing. And to some of the concerns that Councilmember Altman has raised, we're going to be talking about each one of these, over this next year. None of this will be on the ballot before November of 2026, or August, perhaps. But we've got some time to take a look at each one of these, and if there is a need to move some language around and we hear from the public that they'd like to see that, then we'll take action on it that way. It isn't just as simple as saying, yeah, let's put amendment number 1 on the ballot next November. It's going to be a discussion of the council and with new council members to determine exactly how this is going to look like. But I want to end, my comments by just talking about how impressive the leadership on this commission was. That probably shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. We have a chair and a vice chair here who have been deeply committed to the city. A former mayor who knows how to run a meeting and did a great job of making sure that everybody kept their nose to the grindstone and got the job done. And really, you can't ask for much more on any of our committees or our ad hoc committees like this one. So thank you both for the leadership that you showed, the work that was done, and thanks to all the members here tonight and not here tonight for all the work they did. It was great work.
I would just like to add on this. I didn't recognize the 3 people that were usually at all our meetings, which was Councilmember Meadows and City Manager Robert Bellman and our former City Attorney Anthony Chubb, sometimes substituting some of his members from his practice. And as you see in the packet tonight, there was the process of a charter review, steps along the charter review process. And since we're going to be done with our work now, we're always going to be available for questions as the next city council goes through this. However, there were times when there was even a disagreement with our council member Meadows, and I was very clear to tell him, you'll have your bite at the apple when it gets to you. So.
Any other questions from council members? I have a question. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was curious about the city manager and the distance. Are there caveats to that? Like, would that person need to rent a place for a certain number of days? And are there caveats like within such and such period of time? Like, sometimes the city managers are at a place in their life where their children are maybe in high school, and that hesitancy to completely move is coming to mind for me too. So
I'll address that. First of all, there is state law that has said this is allowable. So we talked about this, and we talked about how this is a community that if you say that up front, you'll get a certain applicant that will consider that before applying. And because this community is a university community mixed with permanent residents, it's a dynamic community that's constantly changing. As we heard tonight, there's always different things that are going. And by a person being here and living close enough where they're part of the community, not 24/7, but they're available in some way to see what's going on, and not at a distance where we've seen so much with remote working across the country with people in their workplaces. And it was setting forward a policy, I guess it's a policy, but it's a guiding charter provision that says we want this person to be part of our community as they lead the community, because we're a city manager form of government.
And did you specify like periods of time within?
I believe it's within 1 year.
Within 1 year, that person, and then would it need to be 100%? You know, like I said, is there any like, oh, they could rent an apartment and say that they do live here? Like, just again back to the high school kids, if they've got like a sophomore in high school and they just don't want to remove that child and the family.
There's nothing here that would prohibit a city manager from renting a place and that's the residence that they say is here, and having a second residence someplace else. There's nothing to stop a city manager from doing that. The idea is to have somebody have a residency close.
Thank you. And my last question is, I lost my train of thought. I will point out one thing. I looked up the cities that were 25 miles away, and demographically, it was concerning. That's all. Because like you look up, like what if someone from Flint or Saginaw applied, or Detroit, and then it's like they have to really make that shift. Because you're, like for example, when we were interviewing for city managers, obviously some people lived far enough away where they were for sure going to move, and so then that middle ground, are the people that are maybe a little bit further outside than 25 miles, and then I worry that who does that limit? Even Ann Arbor, is Ann Arbor under 25? I think Ann Arbor is over 25 miles away.
56 miles.
They might not come. I mean, I don't know if they want to come here, but anyway. Go green though,
That's why I said it.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank you all for your service. Dr. Martinez, I obviously haven't given any endorsements this year, but I do want to endorse your daughter for the Lansing City Council. So pass that on to her, will you please? But thank you, everybody. Thanks, you guys. I would ask that the city attorney, no later than the first council meeting in December, author and direct to the then existing city council and the city manager an opinion letter laying out the process and procedure by which, and the timing by which these charter provisions can be voted on and pursued by the council. Is that clear enough, Mr. Jopik?
Yes, it is. Does City Council still want me to provide a review report?
Yes.
Okay, I am working on that, and we'll have that to you sooner than the first
Wonderful.
meeting in December, but I can add to that the additional
Okay.
request here.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, folks.
Yes.
I'll just add
Appreciate
that there was one charter resolution that we all agreed on, and that would be gender neutral language. No,
Okay.
no fight on that one.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda, and once we get through the consent agenda, then I'm going to declare a 15-minute recess with a time certain to come back, and I'll try to start the meeting at that time certain. So, Mr. City Manager, could we have the consent agenda, please?
Sure. 4.1 is approve the following appointments or reappointments to boards and commissions. Zachary Olson to the University Student Commission for a full term ending September 30th, 2026. Gavin Presnick to the University Student Commission for a full term ending September 30th, 2026. AJ Schlick to the Housing Commission for a partial term ending December 31st, 2025. 4.2 is approved traffic control order number 496 for the installation of a stop sign and the dual triangle intersection of Centerlawn Avenue between Rosewood Avenue and Roxburgh Avenue. 4.3 is approved traffic control order 498 for the installation of a stop sign at the intersection of Centerlawn Avenue and Rosewood Avenue. 4.4 is approve a contract with Sinclair Recreation for $52,485.80 to apply a maintenance roll coat to the poured-in-place rubber playground surfacing in Patriarch Park and Henry Fine Park, and authorize city manager to sign. 4.5 is approval of a traffic control order 499 for the installation of Kensington Avenue, Highland Avenue, and Cowley Avenue no-through traffic signage at Michigan Avenue for northbound traffic. 4.6 is approve a contract with Asbestos Abatement, Inc. for $59,743 to demolish the residential structure at 1049 Crescentwood Road, approve a 15% project contingency of $8,900. Authorize city manager to sign and approve a related budget amendment. 4.7 is approve a public hearing set for December 9th, 2025 to consider substantial amendments to the City of East Lansing's Community Development Block Grant CDBG program. 4.8 is approve and authorize city manager to sign a grant agreement between the Department of Homeland Security, Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the City of East Lansing in the amount of $69,763.63. 4.9 is approve an agreement with the state and local cybersecurity grant SLCGP award between the New Michigan Department of State Police, Emergency Management, and Homeland Security Division in the City of East Lansing in the amount of $55,528. 4.10 was referred to business agenda 5.8.
All right, do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Dr. Alban moves approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. We're going to adjourn until 10:05, please. Like everybody's ready, so let's get started. The business agenda, item 5.1, consideration of a request from the Historic District Commission to amend section 50-147, paren 1, end paren, of the City of East Lansing's zoning ordinance to require that fences be installed with the finished side facing outwards at the risk of denying Mr. Bartley and Ms. Spooner their place in the sun. I move that we authorize this, or direct the city attorney to prepare the necessary amendment to section 50-147, paren 1, end paren of the City of East Lansing zoning ordinance to require that fences be installed with the finished side facing outwards, and ask that that proposed amendment be presented to the council at the first meeting in December.
Second.
We have 2 seconds.
Second and a third.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, the motion passes. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Appreciate it. Good job. Landon's finally figured it out. Just as I'm ready to leave, you finally figured it out, Landon. Okay, item 5.2, consideration of potential amendments to section 50-94 of the zoning ordinance that would allow transfer of per unit credits from projects outside of downtown, introduce a fee in lieu option, change the weighting of various housing types, or other modifications in association with the diverse housing requirement for certain developments in downtown East Lansing. Mr. Bartley, please.
Well, Mayor, I just wanted to give you a chance to make any motion right now.
I do have a
if you want
motion.
to, but, okay.
I actually do have a motion, but I want to give you a chance to.
Okay.
say
My name's
what you
Landon
want to
Bartley.
say.
I'm the principal planner. I also wanted to introduce our planning and zoning intern, Sonny Koenig. She's done a lot of great work on this topic in particular. And so, as you know, I presented to this group at September 14th, 2025 about the city's diverse housing requirement, presented several options that we've been researching. Again, thanks to Sonia, I've done a lot of good research about other cities in the country that have some sort of similar ordinance and how they approach it and approach changes to it or potential alternatives. We had asked for any comments. We received some comments since that presentation from Councilmember Altman. And tonight we're just looking for more discussion, more direction, how you'd like us to proceed as staff. If you wanted to make a motion, if you want us to wait for a next meeting. I do want to just call out that you had someone in public comment asking about making a motion to move this on, and there were some letters that are included in your packet from that person and their clients that talk specifically about some of the different options, and just want to make a note that that email about those different options and their views on them would be focused on a specific project in downtown East Lansing. So I'd encourage you to think globally about all the choices that we presented, and again, invite questions or comments or direction.
Okay, questions / discussion from council?
Just to have a comment, which, you did, or the Planning Commission did review the actual document that was submitted by Mr. Balline's attorney, and really made no specific comments with regard to it or recommendations with regard to it. So this would be, I assume, coming back to you to look at the current ordinance, but examine all of the comments that have been made so far, whether we should expand the geographic area, whether we should have a payment in lieu, what that might be, and and have the Planning Commission make recommendation that we develop an ordinance changes that would reflect whatever they're recommending. Is that the proposal this evening?
The Planning Commission reviewed the diverse housing requirement and had several concepts that they asked the City Council to consider. So I think that the Planning Commission would be looking for council to direct staff and the City Attorney to develop ordinance language, at which point ordinance language would be introduced and referred back to the Planning Commission for a public hearing and a formal recommendation.
Okay, well, that requires specifics that I'm not clear on whether the council is ready to actually indicate that they would like to be included in an ordinance. I think we still need some discussion, longer discussion by council with regard to the potential changes that we possibly could have. And you can, I don't remember taking a look at Councilmember Altman's recommendations, but you heard some of mine tonight, which is expand the area, and let's do a deep dive into how payment in lieu might work for the city of East Lansing specifically, as opposed to some of the other communities that we've looked at. So is there a possibility that the Planning Commission would create a little work group of some kind to look at it and make some specific recommendations, or do we need to do that as a council? So.
I'm sorry, Robert. Okay.
I mean, what would be the recommendation, say, of the city attorney? What do you want to see before you begin to develop an amending ordinance on this?
Well, from the legal standpoint, there are some threshold issues here, I think, on the policy end of things, that I think staff and personally myself as well, looking for from council, that would be necessary to even begin the process of studying things such as the fee in lieu, particularly. And I think without that, it might be difficult for the Planning Commission to have the direction it needs. In other words, is it actually spending its time efficiently, knowing what council is looking for? Is council actually interested in the fee in lieu as a policy matter, regardless of what the fee amount might be, but just as a matter of policy? Seems to me that that might be a threshold issue for the Planning Commission to be able to properly work through the issues in terms of guidance.
Well, from my standpoint, I'd say that the fee in lieu is something that I want to see all the information regarding before I would make a decision whether I'm going to support one. Obviously, the devil's in the details, so with the specific decision at council would be on the amount, I guess, and what is necessary. And I may or may not agree with it, depending on what that might be, and or whether my opinion might be that it is insufficient, or it's not really going to do the job that it's intended to do. So I'm still not clear on what we would be doing with this particular item this evening. I see the city manager has his hand up.
I offer that since fee in lieu was the most common feedback received from residents regarding this diverse housing, that I would recommend you direct staff to do the further research and then prepare a draft ordinance with the information we attain on how we would develop what that dollar amount would be, and bring it forward for council to consider. You can make adjustments or send it to the Planning Commission for their finalization of those details.
Well, I like that proposal, and I don't know if that's the motion that the mayor is about to make or not, but I would be supportive of that.
Well, just to add to the discussion, and I think maybe we can move forward, but I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I'm prepared to make a motion tonight to get rid of this entire section, but I don't think there'll be any support for that. But as I've said before, I think this is overregulation, and even being a progressive Democrat, I think that we're just creating more bureaucratic complications. So having said that, can I suggest this motion, and understanding Dr. Altman's comments too, I suggest that we ask staff and the Planning Commission to investigate the amendment of this ordinance to include a fee in lieu program and an expansion of the geographic area in which this could occur, and in addition, to provide in such ordinance that the owner, mortgage holder, and the owner, developer, and mortgage holder of the subject property give full indemnification to the city for all of its costs, expenses, and/or attorney's fees in the event that such a lieu program would be challenged in court. So that'd be my motion.
Second.
Okay, discussion on the motion.
I have a couple of comments, Mayor.
Yes, sir, please.
So I want to step back a little bit and voice some concerns about the process here. I'm not sure why this is back on our agenda. It was on our agenda in almost exactly the same posture about a month ago. And we were asked to provide guidance, and we provided guidance. One of us provided written guidance. I think the others provided guidance by providing lack of guidance. They commented by not commenting. When I was in grad school, this is the only time I'm ever going to do this, we had a joke about the rock game. And the joke was, the advisor says to the grad student, "Bring me a rock." Grad student goes off, finds a rock, brings it back, shows it to the advisor. And the advisor says, "Not that rock." That's the joke. We brought you a rock.
That was a psychology department joke?
No, it was actually a computer science department joke. It was even worse than you think. We brought you a rock. You asked for a rock, we brought you a rock. It looks like you didn't like the rock. Or maybe the developer didn't like the rock, right? You didn't like the answer that we brought you, and here we are, asked to give guidance again. Because you didn't like our guidance the first time. I'm not going to play the rock game with the developer. That's not what I'm going to do. What other people want to do is up to them. I have some concerns about a conflation here that's gone on between a project, which isn't even really a project, it's a concept of a project, as it were, that seems to be driving an ordinance change. We could end up changing an ordinance, and this concept goes south, and then we have changed our ordinance for what reason? I have no idea. There's a cart, the cart is before the horse at this point in this whole discussion, and I think it's being driven by a PR campaign. The reason we've heard fee and lieu from so many people is because of a PR campaign. That's what's driving this discussion. And I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that our agenda is being set externally, not by us. Of course the developer wants to lower their costs. Of course they do. And the fee and lieu program would lower their costs relative to our current ordinance. But that doesn't mean that it's good policy. And I don't want to end up playing volleyball with the Planning Commission where we ask them to look at this, they send it back for guidance, and we say, well, okay, send it back to the Planning Commission, go back and forth until we end up with an answer that the developer likes. So that's my perspective on this. I have no problems with 12 stories of student housing in the downtown, as long as we get something back, and that's what our diverse housing ordinance is designed to do, and it works. We got Newman Lofts as a function of this diverse housing ordinance, and that is a great community. I'm very glad it's there. And I want another community like that, and I think this ordinance could work if we let it, instead of caving to a developer who wants to reduce his costs. I mean, that's how I see this. So I'm a little bit back from, I think, where people are thinking about this. I have concerns about the process here, and so on those grounds, I'm not going to be supporting the motion.
Okay. Other discussion on the motion?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I like the motion, Mayor. I wanna offer a couple of things because I know, Landon, we exchanged phone calls and didn't connect on this. And just from a counter perspective, is I want something forward-looking that is flexible, that can also intact our values, and offering more housing options, but also drive development that we want to see in town. I think there's a way to do that. You see that, we sit up here, and how often do we have to say Ann Arbor, where they have a very forward, flexible ordinance and some really interesting mechanisms that are amazing community elements. What are they doing that are getting it right, where we are always getting in front? Ezra Klein's got a book out right now called Abundance, and this is talking about how we always get in the way in this country. There's too many lawyers involved, no offense to my colleagues that are lawyers. But and we get in the way of ourselves and creating the communities that we want. So I would love to see progress made to that end, looking at exactly what the mayor laid out in his motion and looking at what the details could look like. I don't want the city at a loss or the community at a loss. I don't want the developer. I want them to be happy. I want our community to be happy. Let's figure out what that looks like and what the formulas look like.
Good luck with that. Okay, other discussion on the motion?
Have I learned nothing?
I didn't understand what you meant by the indemnification piece of it.
Based on my reading, I think the fee in lieu program has some potential legal issues, at least in the state of Michigan. And I don't want the city to have to bear the brunt of that. And it seems to me that any developer who wants to employ that particular technique should be willing to step up to the plate, so to speak, if there's in fact some challenge. So, and an additional thought on that is, if in fact the developer feels that there's absolutely no legal problem with that, then they certainly should be willing to defend the city on any potential claim. I don't have any idea where the claim would come from, how it would procedurally develop itself.
Sure.
But I think there's enough questioning right now legally that we need to provide that kind of protection.
And Ann Arbor's hasn't had a challenge, have they?
I don't know. I'm just a lawyer. I'm just a country lawyer, so I don't know.
Fair enough. I deserve that.
And I noticed that you didn't include the housing choice vouchers, and I just want to say that our acceptance in this community by landlords of housing choice vouchers should be increasing, because it's not legal for them to not accept certain forms of payment. So I hope that as we don't consider the housing choice voucher as an additional incentive for people, that we understand the checks and balances that need to be occurring for people that do have the housing choice vouchers, and present them to people's landlords in the city of East Lansing.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion?
Yes, I just want
Sir.
a couple of comments. The one, I think that we do need to look at Ann Arbor, but I'll just note that I think their ordinance predates ours by probably almost 15 years, and that they've made several changes to the ordinance to move it forward and make it more useful within the community, and some of those are pretty recent, including the housing choice opportunity, which they added to their ordinance, I want to say maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So what we would be receiving here is a set of concepts as to what we could include or change. We're not actually, I think, going to be taking a vote to do an amendment until we go through the entire amendment process. What we're getting here are proposals, possibilities for the council to consider in creating a new ordinance.
Okay, any other discussion?
I just have one final
Sure.
comment, and that's just about listening to community. When I came here in 1995, SBS was the place to go to get books, and that's changed. And so I think it's okay for community to drive things, and I think that they've been really considerate of community voice and where the bumps might be. And the ask today is to remove some of those bumps where they cannot move forward with their plan. And so just, you know, we're 5 people. Like, we're not going to come up with all the ideas and everything. Staff's not always going to come up with all the ideas. And it's great to be open to community and where they're guiding us as well.
Any further discussion on the motion? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Altman?
No.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
Yes, motion passes 4-1. Next item on the business agenda is 2, consideration of potential amendments to section, 5.3, consideration of certification by the Chief Executive Officer of the applicant government form as part of a grant application requirement for the fiscal year 2025 Office of Justice Programs Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative, and authorize the city manager to sign. Mr. Jopik, did you want to speak to this? I didn't.
I think City Manager Bellman was going to introduce it, and I
Okay.
was going to be here to provide follow-up
Okay.
legal
Thank
comments
you.
on it.
So actually, I'm going to pivot and let Erica Dietzick talk about, our grant coordinator, talk about what the grant opportunity is, and if you have any questions on the legal aspects, we're going to punt it to the city attorney. So Erica, if you want to begin.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Brookover and council members. My name is Erica Dietzick, and I'm the grant coordinator for the City of East Lansing. I am here this evening to discuss the certification by the Chief Executive Officer of the applicant government form that you have in front of you. This form is part of a federal grant application requirement for the FY25 Office of Justice Programs Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative. The East Lansing Police Department is interested in applying for this grant. So first I'll discuss the background information for the grant opportunity, followed by a brief description of the proposed project. And I will then close by describing the actions that City Council can take this evening. This information is also in your information packet. The City of East Lansing intends to apply, or would like to apply, for the FY25 Office of Justice Programs Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative funded by the U.S. Department of Justice. As part of the grant application process, government entities are required to sign the following document. This document is called the Certification by the Chief Executive Officer of the Applicant Government. The staff requests that Mayor Brookover, as the designated Chief Executive Officer, be authorized to sign the certification. The purpose of the FY25 Office of Justice Programs Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative Grant Program is to support law enforcement efforts to reduce violent crime and improve police-community relations through a range of cross-sector enforcement, prevention, and intervention strategies that leverage active collaboration with communities through sustained partnership and engagement. And that is language directly from the Notice of Funding Opportunity. The East Lansing Police Department would like to apply for this grant opportunity in partnership with Advanced Peace East Lansing. Advanced Peace is a violence disruption strategy that uses a peacemaker fellowship model to build supportive relationships with individuals who are most likely to commit gun violence and violent crimes. The goal of this project is to address violent incidents in downtown East Lansing and improve police-community relations. The East Lansing Police Department will do this by working with community partner Advanced Peace to implement a community-based approach that offers services and support to individuals who are closest to violent incidents, such as victims or those likely to commit violence. If funded, this grant will enable the East Lansing Police Department and Advanced Peace to use a coordinated approach to address violent incidents in downtown East Lansing with enforcement, prevention, and intervention strategies. Advanced Peace is working in downtown East Lansing. The City of East Lansing can request up to $2 million for its proposed project, and the grant funding period is for 4 years. The FY25 Office of Justice Programs Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative grant opportunity aligns with the City of East Lansing's strategic priority of good governance, specifically goal number 3, to remain a responsive municipality by ensuring local laws and policies are relevant and increase input from all stakeholders. So this evening, there are 2 actions that City Council can take. First, you could approve and authorize Mayor Brookover to sign the certification by the Chief Executive Officer of the applicant government form. And this approval will allow the City of East Lansing to apply for and submit its grant application for the Department of Justice FY25 Office of Justice Programs Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative. Or you can choose not to approve and not authorize Mayor Brookover to sign this certification form. And this action means that the City of East Lansing will not apply for this grant opportunity. So may I take your questions?
Any questions?
I have a motion, Mayor.
Sure.
I move to authorize the mayor to sign the certification by the Chief Executive Officer of the applicant government form as part of the grant application requirement for the fiscal year 2025 Office of Justice Programs Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All
I'll
those,
just note one thing. I know the agenda item indicates the city manager would be part of the signature here. The charter clearly says that the CEO is the mayor, so.
all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item 5.4, consideration of the recommended pay increase from the Elected Officers Compensation Commission.
Right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Emily Gordon, City Clerk. I'm bringing this back to you. This was on the 10/7 City Council meeting. At that meeting, it was moved to deny, bless you, the raise. And as such, in accordance with the Home Rule City Act, it does say that the determination shall be the salary unless the legislative body by a resolution adopted by 2/3 of the member elected to and serving on the legislative body rejects it. We have included in your packet a proposed resolution, which is Policy Resolution 2025-8. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I have a motion.
Sure.
I move to approve Resolution 2025-8 to deny the City of East Lansing Compensation Commission's recommendations to adjust the mayor and city council member compensation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on the motion?
If I could address my motion,
Sure.
please. So I have several concerns with this recommendation. The best data we have on whether our current salaries are appropriate come from comps. Comps play a central role in our negotiations with bargaining units, for example. They are not the be-all and end-all, but they're an important part of the data. And if you look at the comps, East Lansing ranks 3rd out of 8 for council member salaries for comparable-sized cities with the same form of government that we have. So we're in the top half, which is exactly where I would want to be if I were starting from scratch. We're in the top half, and we are a cash-strapped college town. And we are doing what we can to address some of the equity issues that are addressed in the transmittal letter from the commission. So that's one concern I have. We don't need this raise. I would have supported a cost of living allowance because I think everybody deserves to keep up with inflation, even council critters. But that would be a 4% raise. This is a 40% raise for council members. And that's a different animal. We are in the midst of a fiscal crisis. We have a millage on the ballot. I think that if we vote ourselves a 40% pay raise, that undermines our credibility and it undermines the millage. If I put myself in the shoes of a voter who's trying to decide whether they want to raise taxes on themselves, and the people who asked them to raise taxes on themselves subsequently vote themselves a 40% pay increase, I'm going to be less likely to support the millage, and I'm going to wonder whether they were really serious. And if we have to undertake deep cuts, which I think are on the table, I think it makes our job harder if we're wearing a 40% pay increase around our necks. I think this pay increase would make our job harder, not easier. I also have a problem with the process that got us here. The commission came up with this proposal in a single meeting. There was no opportunity for public comment. I believe they had an option where they could have developed the proposal at meeting 1, called a public hearing for it at meeting 2, and then the public would have had a chance to come in and comment. And if I had known, I would have come in and commented and shared my concerns about this. Now that it's on our desk, the only way we can turn it back, we can't tweak it, the only way we can turn it back is with a supermajority vote. So that means a minority of members of the council can, I think, have a substantial impact on the public perceptions of the majority for considerable time to come, and I have concerns about that. So I respectfully ask and fervently hope that my colleagues will join me in sending this back to the commission for continued discussion. The discussion has now started. This is the first time we've had a chance to talk about what I see as a policy change, not a tweak to our salaries. And I hope that we can send this back to the commission with some feedback and ask them to think about it a little bit, and we'll see where we are in 2 years. Thank you.
Okay, other discussion on the motion? Ms. Watson, did you have something?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, thanks. We still didn't, I still question the number of City of East Lansing members in comparison to the number of our communities that we are compared to. To me, this is sounding like the rich staying rich and the poor staying poor. East Lansing Info recently talked about an article of how much work the city council members do. And so just to remind everyone, our mayor had to quit his full-time job prior, Mayor Stevens, and he worked night hours in a warehouse. And another thing about myself is I work full-time. And so my on-site days are Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 8 to 5, around 8 to 5. But this council regularly asks me now to attend special meetings at 6 p.m. I work on the south side of Lansing. I have 3 children that I support, or I have 2 children, 2 minors. And so the lift is really on me, and because I'm getting paid the least. And so meanwhile, this council also voted to give attorneys raises, which is far huger than this basic percentage increase of the budget. And so it's hypocritical for me to hear people say no on a council raise, but then yes on helping the rich stay rich, which is, again, our attorneys. And I just want to say again, sacrifices are made. My voice matters. And yes, I obviously chose this. I was elected to this, and I chose this. But just because I have kids I need to take care of, and just because council is not going to pay my bills, doesn't mean the only people that belong here are retired people, professors, or attorneys that work in town. We belong here too, and the labor shouldn't just be on the lowest paid individuals or the people that still have to hold a full-time job to stay in this doggone community. And so, thank you. I won't be voting in favor.
Mr. Meadows?
I think I've already said that, you know, if this was recommending a $400 a year raise, I would vote for it, which is consistent with the 4% that our employees received this year through our negotiations. But this is, I think, Councilmember Altman said 40%, a 40% raise for council at a time when, even though I'm not in support of the ballot proposal, there's a ballot proposal to raise taxes in the city of East Lansing. I don't think we need this raise at this time. There was some mention that it was to, you know, partially make up for our failure to take raises when we were struggling for money back in 2008, 2009, 2010. But the reality is that if you're running for city council for the money and not to provide the community service that you're allowed to do in this capacity, then you're running for the wrong reason. This is not about money. This service that we provide here, and everyone here has, and with very few exceptions, has been employed while they work on this city council in various capacities. Most of my time on this council, I have been fully employed, although I am retired now. So I think that rejecting this at this point is the right message. We already see messages that come to us that say things like, you know, you voted for such and such on, last Tuesday night, and you're asking us to raise taxes. They question even our decisions with regard to how we are proceeding with that ballot proposal, and this just makes the consideration worse. I think this is something that should have been thought through a little more carefully. It seemed like the presentation that was made to us would indicate that people who have less income would be more likely to be able to vote or to run for city council. The cost of running for city council alone is pretty high, I might add. And I don't know that there is any evidence of any kind that would indicate that we'd have a different cast of characters running for city council if we were to raise the salary here. And if it did, it would indicate to me that we have people running for the wrong reasons here.
Okay, any further discussion?
I have one more comment.
I'm sorry.
I have one more comment.
Okay.
Yep. City council pay always came just in time, synced up with when I get my water shut off notice. So no, it doesn't pay all my bills, but it helped. And as a working mother who has to come home to her children, they want to at least know that I'm getting paid a little bit for all the time that I take and commit to this community. So I've appreciated the minimal pay, and it's saved me. So maybe we'll also consider water, since water is something that the city of East Lansing covers.
I'm going to vote in favor of the motion, but I want to say this. First of all, I want to thank the Officers' Compensation Commission for looking at this. Secondly, in any other set of circumstances, I would have voted against this because I think a pay increase is an appropriate thing. But in contravention of some of my peers on the city council, I happen to think that the ballot proposal is an extremely important vote and that it should be voted for. And I don't really want to do anything that could possibly be utilized by candidates who want to voice that they're against that proposal and or that they have some better fix for the financial situation. I don't always agree with Dr. Altman, as he well knows. I don't always agree with Mr. Meadows, as he well knows. I don't always agree with Ms. Watson, as she well knows. I don't always agree with the Mayor Pro Tem, as she well knows. But we need to pass the ballot proposal. If we do not pass the ballot proposal, then whoever is sitting at this table is going to have the job from hell to try to figure out how we recover from the economic circumstances that have been created because of things that have occurred in the past and court decisions. And so I say once again, I do not want to have my vote somehow be interpreted in a way that can be twisted to claim that I don't care about the ballot proposal. I care about it, and that's why I'll be voting for this motion. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Altman,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows, Councilmember Watson,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh,
Yes.
Mayor Brookover.
Yes. Okay, the motion passes. Dr. Altman, did you have a motion you wanted to make about now, maybe?
Yes. I happen to have a motion. I move that we allow the meeting to extend past midnight.
Okay, is there a second? Any discussion? All those, go ahead,
Why?
because we're not going to get through the agenda by midnight.
It's only 10:46 right now.
And this is, yeah, I don't think we'll get through by midnight. And
This
so,
doesn't require us to go past midnight. This allows us to go past midnight.
yeah, so this just allows us to do that if necessary. Okay? Roll call vote.
Councilmember Altman,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Watson,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh,
Yes.
Mayor Brookover.
Yes, motion passes. Okay, item 5.5, consideration of a second reading of ordinance 1553 to amend Independent Police Oversight Commission ordinance. Who's presenting to us on this?
I can kind of highlight what's in your packet. As you've pointed out, it's the second reading of the ordinance that was introduced at the August 12th City Council meeting. It was prepared by Gary Sashatal, our labor attorney, as well as Ann Gabbert, who was a city attorney at the time, and it proposes various changes to the current Independent Police Oversight Commission ordinance. From discussion, there's a document I placed in front of you that only makes changes that are required by the collective bargaining agreement and the administrative law judge's opinion. So you can either adopt what's in your packet and continue with what was proposed from the August 12th, or you can pick up the document in front of you and adopt that, which would only make the necessary requirements under the collective bargaining agreement that we approved and the administrative law judge's decision.
And Mr. Bellman, we can also adopt what LEPOC, what their ordinance changes were, right? That's something we can adopt too.
You could, yes, move to amend to adopt some of those changes.
Okay, what's the pleasure of council?
I have a motion.
I have
Okay.
sorry, I have a question.
Well, let's get the motion first, then you can ask the question, okay? Does that work?
Can I say I have a motion too then?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, make your motion.
Okay, I move.
Hang on,
Oh,
hang on.
sorry.
Ms. Watson, I recognize you to make your motion.
Mm-hmm. I move that we have a third reading for this ordinance, Ordinance 1553, to take place the beginning of December.
Okay, are you asking that we defer the second reading until that date?
I was reading that I can make a third reading motion.
Mr. Jopik?
Well, the way that the city rules for adopting ordinances read, it talks about it having 2 readings. It doesn't talk about 3. So this is before you for the second reading. If the idea is to not hold a second reading at this time and instead postpone it to a future meeting, that would be the more appropriate motion in order at this point.
Okay. Even though Robert's rules says there can be third readings.
If I may, yes. This is a legislative action by City Council, and it follows the City Council's rules of procedures, not Robert's rules in this instance.
And so this rule is second reading, then end. So like you're saying, the rule is only a first reading, a second reading, and then the end, unless it's extended. The second reading is extended.
Second reading is the adoption of the ordinance. The second action is the adoption. The first
Okay.
action is the introduction.
No
The terms
third
first reading
reading.
and second reading are, in a way, terms that correspond with those 2 actions.
Okay, all right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll change the motion then, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. That was my question before I made the motion.
Okay, so you make a motion to defer the second reading until when?
To defer the second reading until the beginning of December, and
The first regular council meeting in December?
That would be December 9th.
December 9th.
Okay. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on that motion.
I just was reading, again, Robert's Rules of Orders, and I just think that there was a first reading, there was no discussion, then the second reading has come up, and this ordinance deserves piece by piece discussion and approval, not just a flat, let's just go with this, or let's just go with this one. Because we know that it took like a long time and a lot of discussion for us to finally present to the public the ordinance change. And then oddly, it was an ordinance change without the commission that we were changing it on, which we don't see taking place. And so I just again, to be genuine about this, it's a first reading, you have a discussion, you talk about things, second reading, you have a discussion, you talk about things, and this change deserves piece by piece, similar to our Charter Review Commission. And that's why I made the motion that I did.
Okay. Other discussion on the motion?
I have a
Yes, sir.
A comment. This evening, we received the updated revisions to the LPOC ordinance, which I don't know if these have been shared with the commission at all, but they seem consistent with at least the number 1 that was mentioned at the microphone this evening. In other words, the changes limited to the required changes by the contract and by the administrative law judge's decision. And I think that we do need some time, or we should spend some time, to at least let which has its next meeting the first week of December, as I recall, to LPOC to take a look at this and see if it is consistent with what Chris had suggested this evening, that we pass just the changes that are necessary and then work on the rest of the potential changes at that time. So I think giving it a little bit more time and letting them review this and make comment on may actually have the benefit of LPOC supporting this. So I want to just take that chance and provide that opportunity, and that's why I supported the motion.
Other discussion?
Yeah, I'll be voting against this motion only because I think this, the intention of this, staying close to the CBA, recommendations because of the LEJ's decision, which happened in the spring. These CBA, and we shared the track changes that delineated between the recommendations from our Labor Council. So I think I would prefer adopting this version in front of us that sticks close to the CBA recommendations. That doesn't mean the conversation's over. That doesn't mean there can't be additional changes, as we heard in public comment, in terms of looking at this in 3 bites of the apple, for a very profound council person this evening.
Okay, other discussion? Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Altman?
No.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
No.
Mayor Brookover?
No. All right. Anything else the council wishes to do on this?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion to approve ordinance 1533 pertaining to the East Lansing Independent Oversight Commission with the required changes by the collective bargaining agreement with the Capital City Labor Program, Police Non-Supervisory Union. It's these revisions that were necessitated by the administrative law judge, dated October 17th.
Before there's a second to this, we ask the city attorney if there's anything that needs to be done to make this the subject of a motion at this point.
At this point, I was listening to the motion, it does reference the draft of 1533 that was presented this evening and dated October 17. That is the version that is on the table with council this evening. I think the motion does cover that by referencing the date especially.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Second from Altman. Did I hear that correctly? Okay. Moved and seconded. Further discussion?
A discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
I won't be voting in favor. We wasted a whole bunch of people's time by even insinuating that we were going to listen to them in any way, shape, or form. We may as well just bounce this back to the labor attorney and just continued with closed session and then just dropped it on everybody, because that is where we are. Like, none of their recommendations are being taken into consideration right now. And if that was going to be the case, then why put them through what you put them through? Just so you know, they regularly meet for 3 hours. Not to mention that they were trying to keep pace with the ordinance changes, and then everything popped off the way it did during Welcome Week. So, so much for, listening to community and commissions and voices. Like, it's just, I won't be voting in favor, and it's really concerning that this is where we were going to land at today.
Okay, other discussion on the motion?
I do have a couple
Go ahead,
comments. One, I agree with the process criticism that Councilmember Watson just made. I'll just note that without consultation or presentation to the commission, we introduced this ordinance and didn't even refer it at the time that it was put forth originally. We then finally referred it to the commission for their comments, which they made on what really ends up being somewhat of a different ordinance. We don't have their comments on this. We do have some indication that just complying with the contract and the administrative law judge's position with regard to this would be appropriate to take action on first. But then there's an entire process that I think was contemplated that would follow that, and we don't have any motion to follow up with that. So I think it's defective in that way, but I do agree that what is in here is or are the changes that are necessitated by the contract and by the administrative law judge's decision. I will note that I think there are further improvements that could be made to that ordinance, and that I hope that we aren't ending the process of evaluating this. I would like to ask the city attorney when this 4-year review is going to be commenced so that we can at least rely on the fact that during that review process, the commission will be fully involved and the entire community will be advised and involved in any review of that particular ordinance. So when?
Well, I believe that I don't have the date with me, but I understand it was announced earlier by one of the speakers as commencing, I believe, in 2027 is 2026.
Well, it's a 4-year, and this was passed in 21, so we're already at 4 years.
Honestly, I have not looked into that issue. The first I was confronted with it was this evening, and I'd be happy to provide further information on exactly when that should take place.
Okay, if I misspoke and said city attorney instead of city manager, I apologize, because I think the city manager has to indicate this, so.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to vote in favor of this motion. I think that there there's misinformation that's been promulgated with regard to the actual effect on the Police Oversight Commission, number one. Number two, I believe this is consistent with my fiduciary duty to the city and to the taxpayers relative to the decision of the administrative law judge. And I think these changes are consistent. I also think that there's nothing that prevents a future council from considering other changes and/or changing these portions if it so desires. So I think it's time to move ahead with this, given the administrative law judge's decision of several months ago. Unfortunately, I think the alternative is if we don't do something like this, we're then going to have a very, very complicated collective bargaining situation relative to the police oversight legislation that we passed. So I'm going to be voting in favor of this tonight. Okay, any other discussion? Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
Yes. Motion passes 4-1. Okay, moving ahead, we have item 5.6, consideration of traffic control order TCO 500 to designate Harrison Road between Grand River Avenue and Saginaw Highway as a no-truck traffic route. Sir.
Good evening, Council. Ron Lacoste, Director of Public Works, and I have with me Stephen Clayton, the Engineering Administrator. So as you're aware, the Department of Public Works is developing plans for the rehabilitation of Harrison Road between Grand River and Saginaw for construction in the summer of 2026. During discussions about the corridor at the Transportation Commission, residents requested the Commission recommend to City Council that truck traffic be prohibited from this section of Harrison Road. After some discussion on the issue, the Commission ultimately recommended that this request be forwarded to City Council, which is why it's on the agenda for tonight. As you also know, as a result of resident concerns about the safety of the Glencairn School Crosswalk, vehicle speeds, and increased heavy truck traffic, the city hired an engineering firm to design the rehabilitation of this corridor in 3 phases. Phase 1, which is now complete, were the improvements that could be made at the Glencairn Crosswalk before school started this past year. Those have been completed. Phase 2 was the analysis of the corridor between South Lawn and Saginaw to look at what improvements can be made to reinforce vehicle speed and also improve the safety of the crosswalk that can be implemented into the final design. And Phase 3 is the final design. As I stated, Phase 1 is completed, and the consultant is currently working on Phase 2 of the design. Recommendations will be discussed, as the city manager stated, at a resident meeting on November 10th at the Glen Kieran Elementary School. Following that discussion, the consultant recommendations and the resident feedback will be discussed at a Transportation Commission meeting on November 12th, and then subsequently with City Council on November 18th. And included in those meetings will be truck traffic recommendations. We included some preliminary data from the Phase 2 data collection that the consultant held up, and part of that is a vehicle classification chart on page 21. And then again, some of the data that they collected is in your packet. And I wanted to clarify that we also had them get traffic counts closer to North Lawn, but those counts taking more analysis because they're more muddled because of the stopping traffic at the crosswalk. So that was not as clean a data to present. And given that we were just more interested in vehicle classification data, we just included the data from the collection at closer to South Lawn. Data was collected on September 9th, 10th, and 11th, and that information is provided on pages 28 through 33 of the packet. The vehicle class range is Class 1, which is motorcycles, up to Class 13, which is your largest dual trailer semi-trucks. And then we looked at Class 7 vehicles as being the last class of trucks that are not a separate truck trailer. So it's more your box trucks, your rubbish recycling trucks, that type of thing. Once you step to Class 8 vehicles, you start getting into more of a semi-trailer, tractor-trailer type truck. So tonight, we are recommending that council not take action on this item and wait for the presentation by the consultant when they have fully analyzed the data on November 18th. However, if council does want to take action, we handed out a revised traffic control order which would restrict trucks of Class 8 or higher on the corridor, which would take care of all the larger vehicles. Like I said, Class 7 is where it's more the box truck type configuration. So that's what we have before you. Anything you do tonight, I will point out, is temporary because we did find out that to do a truck restriction, it's got to be by resolution. So we would prepare that either way for the 18th, but this would allow us to put something in place now if council so chooses. So we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
What's a box truck?
It's basically the difference when you jump to a semi is you get a separate truck trailer. A box truck is like a furniture delivery truck, that type of thing, where the truck and box are one vehicle. It's
Okay,
a
so it's not a
single chassis.
Okay, single chassis, but it could be like a 20-foot box, it could be a 15-foot box, it could be a cartage truck of some kind that carries stuff, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
I think up to four. I think when you jump to Class 8, it's 4 axles or more. But yes, that's correct.
Ms. Watson?
The trucks are coming from Trowbridge Road, Trowbridge exit, you think?
And that's one thing I did want to point out is the traffic data that we've collected shows for that Class 8 and above is anywhere from 1 to 6 trucks per day. And again, we do recognize that the residents saw trucks in excess of that at various points. From what we looked into, it was primarily due to the 127 project. But
Okay.
it could be from other construction projects later on, but the bulk of that was from the 127 project. So we're also looking at what impact once that corridor opens back up. We think that'll further reduce the larger truck traffic on this corridor.
And they're probably taking Harrison to then get back onto 27 again.
What we think is there's a gravel pit north of town. We'd have to do an actual destination study to figure out where they're going, but there's a gravel pit north of town. And that was with the heavy gravel trains. They typically will go upper back empty and one way empty, one way full type of thing. And that's what I think they were doing, is because the highway wasn't accessible.
Yeah.
But since it was 127 traffic, they can actually enter the closure from the highway. So we asked MDOT to do that, and they promptly responded and did do that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at a speed report from 2022, and I just want to get some clarification on this. I think you've been asked about this before, so, but does this spot speed study 2022 northbound Harrison Road mean Harrison Road from bottom to top, or was it in this area of Glencairn School and between Grand River and Saginaw? If you know.
You're looking at something from 2022 that you...
Yeah, I am.
I don't know without reviewing that where those speed counts were taken.
Well, I would like to know that. This shows that 70% of the vehicles were breaking the speed limit. The more recent studies that you've done, which date from, it looks like this year, show that only 19% in one and 18% were speeders. So something has happened in that area, but I don't know whether it's covering the same ground, I guess. So I would like you to take a look at that and let me know. I'm ready to make a motion on this if the mayor is ready to have one.
Any other questions for staff?
I do have just a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Are we concerned about loss of Act 51 funding if we ban trucks?
I do not believe so, especially if you're just doing the Class 8 and above. I don't believe so. We have reached out to Tri-County to find that out.
And the numbers of Class 8 and up are pretty small, and we talked about this yesterday at the Transportation Commission. Do you see a need for diversion modeling if we?
I think if we went the mechanism of looking at a truck route, because that's a more robust study to find out where the trucks are coming from and going to, that we would need to look at more data, because as you know, the north-south routes, you have Coolidge, Harrison, Abbott, and Hagedorn. Although Hagedorn's wider, there are 3 schools on that street. Yeah. Abbott Road's challenging for its own reasons south of Bircham, between Bircham and Grand River, as far as the getting traffic through there. So we'd have to look at where the trucks would be diverted to, but that's based on also knowing where they're coming from and going to, if that answers your question.
Sort of, kind of. Question, so we're not looking at a truck route here, right? We're looking potentially at a ban on Class 8 and up.
Correct.
And the numbers are small.
Correct,
And
during this
so-
study period, correct.
During this study period. And so my lay perspective on this is it's a small number of trucks. If we end up with one on Hagedorn and one on 127 and one on somewhere else, I'm fine with that, because I think Harrison Road is kind of weird with the hill, it's tight, there's the hill. So I guess my question is, if we banned Class 7, I can see why we would want to do diversion modeling, because there's a lot of those, right? But for Class 8 and up, or 9 and up, or whatever we're thinking
8.
about.
8.
8 and up. Do you think we need to do modeling to see whether there are unintended consequences?
I mean, for such a small number, I wouldn't think so, but the point is true that those trucks, once they hit that sign, are gonna pick their own direction.
Yep.
Or the mapping companies, you never know what the mapping companies do with that data once they start traveling. But it is a relatively low number, which is why we wanted the data to know, are we pushing 20 trucks, are we pushing
Yep.
low, because the impact on whatever corridor they choose to use is more or less. But I don't think this will have a meaningful impact on a corridor, but I can't say for sure.
Okay. I appreciate the data. It was very useful. It was very clear. The classification rubric in there was very helpful. So the research and the work you did on the background was very helpful.
Okay, other questions of staff?
I have a motion.
Sure.
Unless Councilmember Meadows would like to make the motion.
That's all right, go ahead.
So I move we adopt traffic control order number 500 to read as follows. Harrison Road between Grand River Avenue and Saginaw Highway is prohibited to the operation of trucks or other commercial vehicles which fall under the Federal Highway Administration vehicle classifications 8 through 13.
Second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would like to add a friendly amendment, if possible, that would indicate to our staff to install the control device or signs as soon as possible. There's no date on here on this traffic control order, so I'd like it done ASAP.
Will do.
Do we really have to amend the motion for that as long as you indicate that to staff?
Yeah, I don't accept that.
Do we need to? I mean,
I don't
it
think
is
so,
an
no.
instruction, so.
Staff's going to have to, once we pass this motion, if we pass this motion, staff's going to have to deal with the neighborhood and the school. And I think that'll be sufficient impetus to staff to get the
Well, let's
signs
hope
up.
so.
And hopefully before winter. So, any other discussion on this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Thank you,
Thank
gentlemen. Okay, we then move to item 5.7, consideration of recommendation to approve the Humana Medicare Advantage 2026 insurance renewal in the amount of $1,103,310 and authorize the city manager to sign. Ms. Kinney?
Yes, good evening, Council. I'm Emily Kenny, Director of Human Resources. Before you is a renewal for the city's Humana Medicare Advantage plan in the amount of $1,103,310 for the 2026 plan year beginning January 1st, 2026. The city has utilized Humana Medicare Advantage for insurance for our Medicare-eligible retirees since 2007. In preparation for the 2026 plan year, the city, or our benefit consultant, Gallagher, solicited bids from McLaren, HAP, Priority Health, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, and the only one that chose to bid was Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. The rest declined, but Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan's bid was not competitive. So for 2026, Humana has proposed a 2.5% rate decrease from our current 2025 rate. That represents an estimated total savings of $28,230 for the city. So if you have any questions, I'm available.
Mr. City Manager, you recommend this?
I do. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Yes, ma'am.
Retirees vote on this, or how are they informed?
They do not vote on the decision. They are not necessarily informed since it's not a change. Since they've had Humana since 2007. If there was going to be a change to the coverage, we would definitely inform them.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those
Has
opposed?
there been a motion?
No.
Gonna say.
I just
Do you
wanted
want a motion?
my last, planned meeting, I just wanted to see if I could slip that by somebody.
You got by me.
And it came close. I came close. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the Humana Medicare Advantage renewal in the amount of $1,103,310 and authorize the city manager to sign the renewal information sheet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Watson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We then have item 5.8, which I believe is the referred schedule.
Oh, yeah.
City council meeting schedule that was changed from 4.10. Mr. Meadows, what is it you want to say about this?
Actually, I'm going to defer to Councilmember Altman here.
I have
Okay.
a motion, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Which is to defer adoption of the 2026 council meeting calendar to our November meeting and direct the city manager to place an item on that meeting agenda that would allow us to consider eliminating discussion-only meetings and replacing them with a discussion-only section on the regular meeting agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
I just want to note one thing. I think that it's premature for us to adopt a schedule of meetings at this point in time in any event. We have 2 new members coming on council. Generally speaking, we also consider whatever plans new members might have for a vacation or not being around, and it would be appropriate for them to be able to weigh in on this as well.
Which is exactly the reason I'm going to vote against the motion, because the way the motion is posed now, you're indicating that you're already changing the format for the meetings, at least as I understand the motion. And if in fact the new council wants to weigh in on the meeting schedule, it should also be able to weigh in on the schedule of meetings and the type of meetings. So that's the reason I'm going to vote against it.
Could I clarify my,
Sure.
my motion? My motion was to direct the city manager to place an item on that meeting agenda to allow us to consider eliminating discussion-only meetings.
Okay, now I understand.
And if I could address the substance of the motion, I think that, so I enjoy being here. I like it more than being at the movies. But I think if we can find a way to give staff a night back, I think that would be good. And I think that thinking back over our discussion-only meetings the past couple of years, they were often quite short, and I think we could move that substance into regular meetings, maybe making those a little bit longer, but then going to 2 meetings a month. And I think that's worth at least considering. Whether the council adopts it, of course, is going to be up to the council members at that point, but I think it's worth discussing.
Okay, any other discussion on this motion?
Questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Have we always had this agenda item before elections?
No, we have not. And in fact, it is only recent that has been on an early agenda. We always waited until we elected the new leadership of council and all new members had been sworn in.
Okay. And so did you pull the agenda item for him? When you pulled it from
I pulled the
consent?
agenda item because I had earlier indicated that I felt that we should wait till we have the new council seated before we make a decision on this.
Okay. And so you guys can always add meetings though, right? Like, I mean, I think the discussion, the reasoning behind discussion-only meetings, the design of it has been lost on this group because it's not council members discussing. So it completely makes sense if you guys eliminate it. But does that mean you're gonna, pass motions to go past midnight, more regularly? Or does that mean you're gonna ask council to more frequently come in at 6 for special meetings? Or just kind of what's your vision going forward?
My vision is that we have a discussion about this only. I'm not sure what'll happen, because I think there can be a real value to discussion-only meetings. So yeah, you can add meetings and say, we're going to be discussing only. I would agree that we haven't really had those kind of meetings, it doesn't seem like recently. But in the past, we've had long discussion-only meetings after staff makes a presentation and then there's a discussion. And the decision isn't to pass something, it's to get something on the agenda so that we can consider passing it.
Yeah.
So they can be buttressed, they can be worthwhile, but I think it's always good to think about, is there another way to do this? And I think that's why I'm speaking for him, but I think that's why Councilmember Altman has made the motion he has.
If I could just add, I think it's a good point. And my sense, and it's just a sense, is that in some cases with discussion-only meetings, the work has sort of expanded to fill the available time, and that some of the topics we didn't necessarily need to have a separate agenda item for, if we could have folded some additional discussion into potentially an actual action item. So again, that's just a sense. And it may not work, but we absolutely could call special meetings as needed if we needed longer discussions. I think we would have then perhaps Tuesday nights as the night when we might have additional meetings to have longer discussions on issues. And so, yeah, I think there's a bunch of different directions we could go with this. It may or may not work. People may or may not agree that it's the right thing to do, but I think it's worth talking about.
And I don't care. But I do care about incoming people and their schedules. Like I said, I get off at 5. I got to get across town. I got kids. And does that mean they're going to be asked to show up more frequently ahead of time? And then also, you know, I got to work the next day. So does that mean the ask is 2 Tuesdays that you work 5 hours, 7 until into midnight or something like that? And I care about staff too. I'm not sure if they're hourly or if they're salaried or what's going on with their ability to rest in between these meetings. But yeah, do you? And yeah, I think they should weigh in.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Do we have another motion here relative to a closed session?
I have a motion, Mayor. I move to enter closed session under MCL 15.268 sub 1 sub H of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of discussing an attorney-client privileged memorandum that is exempt from disclosure.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
Yes. Okay, we'll adjourn for closed session. Mr. Jopik, do we need a motion to come back into open session?
You do not, you can just declare.
Okay, I'm going to declare the closed session over, and we're back into open session. Ms. Watson, do you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we authorize the city attorney to retain outside counsel to undertake an independent review of actions, policies, and procedures of the East Lansing Police Department that relate to an impact upon encounters with the public and arrests during situations and incidents, including those that occurred during Welcome Weekend for Michigan State University to the present, and prosecution, related to the same, and to provide counsel with a confidential and privileged report and recommendations.
Second.
Okay, moved by Watson, seconded by Singh. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Altman.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Watson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh.
Yes.
Mayor Brookover.
Yes, motion passes unanimously. Do we have another motion here?
Move to adjourn.
Dr. Altman moves to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Watson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, everybody.